Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Friday Path of Magic live stream. I'm trying to spread the start time out a little bit so, like, it's later and earlier so I can kind of reach people a little bit while still having some consistency. So it looks like, for me, Friday is a good day to start earlier. Because in the earlier days in the week, I was starting at 12, whereas now it's 10. And I know that for most, well, tell me if I'm wrong, but for most of you, it's better if I start a bit earlier because most of the people are in time zones where it's later. So for me, right now, it's 10 in the morning. But for you guys, it's later in the afternoon, right? Or maybe even early at night, right? Hey, hello, everybody. So bear with me today. I'm using one monitor, so I'll have to Alt-Tab to look at the chat thing. So if you want, like if you notice that I missed something, or you can just tell me in-game, because I'll see that. But I'll be checking the chat as well, so I might not miss it. I was just giving you a warning. I hope everyone's doing well. There was a whole bunch of stuff that happened since the last stream. So many things to talk about, but for now I'm going to save my ranting until I'm in a position where I can, farm some resources or something. So it'll probably be good in general if I have kind of like not like a super predictable format, but in the beginning of the stream, I can like get into the Valheim mood, focus more on the game for a little bit. And then once I set something up in the game that I can just do on a loop, or like, I can just fight stuff with the carts like Hallow and I were doing last time. Then that allowed me to like discuss topics while actually progressing in the game, right? And in the beginning it was very confusing, so I was trying to do it all at once, but I don't need to do that. I can make things simple. So what I'm gonna do, hello Hal. Hey, you got Fenring. Nice, that's awesome. The server feels way better once you have some Fenring or the staff, the shield staff. The one of those things alone makes the server much more palatable. Or just like a bunch of health food. That's always nice too for the bubble blocking. So, okay, give me a moment. I gotta get my bearings here. Okay, I have a bunch of nonsense I don't need. I'm gonna put this away. I don't use these bear claw things. I'll just wait on something better, I suppose, or get something better later. I've been meaning to make a knife of some kind, but for now, I want to keep going down that goblin road thing and see how that goes. So I think that's what I'll do. I'll just go down the goblin road. So there's actually a lot of really interesting things. The people in the Discord for Path of Magic had a bunch of discussion last night or this morning or whenever it was, and about progression and progression items and like how they are on servers that have been there for a while, right? Because it's obviously something complicated to manage when you have like individuals who can progress and it's all about the items you get, but new people are then surrounded by items they have to have the willpower to not have, right? So it requires a level of let's call it maturity that a lot of people, like, it takes effort to do that, so it's uncomfortable. They have to constantly sort of resist messing up their progression. So what I'll be talking about later is like figuring out how to kind of try and get the best of both worlds, basically, where we can still have people progressing and everything, but probably like there'll be limitations on where progression items can be and how powerful food can be available, how close to the center of the world. And I'll be talking about all of that later. But for now, I want to just focus on what I'm going to be doing mechanically, like in the game, when I do talk about that later. And I'll be fighting goblins, and I learned last time, really, fire arrows, good stuff, good stuff. But I could also just make regular arrows and swap them. So there's also a bunch of needles. Yeah, I'll just make a bunch of needle arrows too. That'll be fine. So needle arrows and fire arrows, it seems good enough. And looks like Hal was kind enough to get some resin. And we can also buy more resin. I think it's like 400 coins or something. But you get a bunch of fire arrows with it. I never thought I would. I remember adding that resin to the trade thing, and I was like, no one's gonna buy resin. There's so much resin in the game. And then what did I do? I bought resin. It's like one of the first things I bought on the trading system. It's pretty funny, really. I guess we don't. I can just make all these needle arrows. I'm used to this crafting thing now, and I gotta say, I already like it. I know some people are finicky about client UI mods and that kind of thing. I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, like, and this is, I'm truly speaking from a game design philosophy perspective and what I've seen about Valheim. The item management part does not matter. Like, it really doesn't matter. You could make your entire inventory, like the whole page, and make an unlimited inventory. You could do all sorts of stuff, and really, it's not gonna mess your gameplay experience back up. Oh, you made a hat! Oh my gosh. That's so cool. That's right, because it's the Halloween time, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's the puzzle's coming together. Oh, here we go. I'll get the pants at some point. I want to actually do some frost caves for the pants, though. Unless I get them as a random drop, because you can actually get the whole Fenring set. It's one of the more common random drops that you can get. But what I was saying about the UI stuff, and this is just some encouragement for anybody who feels like concerned about messing with the UI in Valheim, like if you're worried it's going to mess up your experience. Like trust me, it's one of those things you can mess with a lot. You could do craft from chests, you could increase your inventory a bunch. There's a load of things you could do, and it's not going to ruin your experience because this moving items around, it's not an actual like valid part of the gameplay loop. You don't need it to have the Valheim experience. Valheim is about like building and combat and exploration, really. So item management, like it still exists even if you have an unlimited inventory. Even if you take away the weight system, even if you use one of those stack mods. Like really, compared to other mods, it doesn't break the game anywhere near as much. So like if you something like epic loot breaks the game way more than using an unlimited inventory mod. So just another word of encouragement that if you feel bogged down by any kind of that like UI stuff and item management, like I really encourage you to just use client-side mods. There's lots of good options. And like this is great because we used to have to like scroll through everything and it was such a pain, like genuinely a pain. And even if you can search for things, it was still kind of frustrating. Whereas now you see the icons and it puts the ones you can make closest to the top. And I think this is a really effective system. Like even if you forget about the mods and that kind of thing, I like it because you get a visual and like I'm one of those people who tries to minimize this as much as possible. I don't like want to be looking at these. I want to be looking at this. You know, like the world itself. Like I like smelting things. You know, I like the act of moving and doing this because there's no UI. I'm not opening up some UI thing and moving an object into another thing. I just go up to an object and I touch it. I interact with it. You know, it feels more immersive. It's like a 3D object in the game world. It has this vibe to it. It has this level of depth that these just menus fail to grasp, right? But of course, you know, sometimes you do genuinely need you need UI and you need menus. So I'm not trying to bash them completely. Like the crafting system, for example, I don't think you should try and remove the UI from the crafting system. You should just make a UI that works effectively like this. This is a really good one. It's my favorite one so far. I've used like 4 or 5 of them, but I haven't played recently, so I don't know if the other ones that I used to use still work. But this is AAA Crafting by Azumat. think it's anti-arrhythmic crafting, something like that. But it's actually in the Palm or the Enigma Quality of Life mod pack. So if you want to do it, you can just use that. So let's see. All right, ranted a bit about the inventory stuff. Give you some encouragement about that. I got some food, making some arrows. I guess that's all I really need. And the hoe. Ah, of course, the hoe. Can't forget the hoe. Uh-oh. You gotta be careful with these shaman, because they can actually kill you. If they fireball you, like the bottom of the path for some reason, it'll AoE kill you. Those shaman. They're so fast. That's a great example of a mechanic that it's irritating. Like the shaman kill everybody. People definitely dislike the shaman. But they went from this incredibly predictable mob that like spawns, does the exact same thing slowly, and gives you plenty of time to kill it, to a menace. So I'm really happy about the tribunal, as you guys who played on the server have seen. Yeah, they're the little zippy shamans who run around super fast. Okay, I can just put away some arrows, but I want like a combat kind of chest that's separated from the main nonsense chest there. That way it's clear, like, you're going out to fight, take some of this stuff. Here we go. Nice, nice. And I've been really enjoying these yellow arrows recently, so I'll show you what I've been doing. A lot of people know you can do this kind of thing, right? You can go color equals yellow, and then that'll make the sign yellow, right? And then you can also go, what is it? V offset equals, I don't know, like 20, right? And then it'll be up. So now if we put an arrow icon, it'll make like a cool looking yellow arrow. But I have to actually, I always have to Google the alt codes. If you want ones that work in Valheim, there's loads of codes that don't work, or loads of like emojis that don't work. So you have to find the ones that do. I usually just Google alt code symbol, and that gets me ones that happen to work. There's probably a proper word for it. I think it's like Unicode 2. It seems vaguely familiar or something like that. One of you probably knows that. I bet Halloween knows what the compatible symbols in Valheim are called. Let's see. Jake in the bushes says, I finally switched to Shouldnas and it's bigger. Ah, the inventory, what are they called? You're talking about this thing, right? This thing? Quick slots. Yeah, for some reason I couldn't remember what it was called. I used to use quick slots by Randy Knapp, but then it got deprecated, so now I use the Shud one. And it is a bit bigger. You get all these other things. It's cool. I still don't use the keys properly because I have to use Alt and I never remember. But that's actually why I originally got quick slots, because you can put like different arrows basically. Like you could do like this and then this. Makes sense? And now when I have my bow out, I can like hold Alt and X to switch, right? Between this and that. Makes sense? It's pretty cool. Let's see. One Step Palm has a question. Hey Jack, I have a question. I play with another dude in Val. To kill the peer-to-peer lag, should we each get a VPN and set them as close to the server as possible? I hadn't heard of that before. Trying to make sure it's feasible prior to dropping cash on it. To be honest, it depends on your current connection. Like, for me, that works. It helps a lot. But that's because I live in Nicaragua. So I always have like a further connection from people. If you already have like a good connection and a low ping, I don't know it'll help as much, but never underestimate how badly optimized Valheim's multiplayer is. If you want to imagine what it's designed for, you know those old like LAN parties people would have where they'd play like Counter-Strike and they're all in the same network, in the same room, in the same building probably? That's the kind of thing that Valheim was made for. And that's why, like, when you play it that way, when all the connected clients are right next to each other, then you don't have as much of a laggy experience. It's still problematic, though. Like, you have to understand how lag works to avoid bad situations in Valheim at the end of the day. That's just how it is. But you can avoid a lot of the really frustrating stuff that comes up with just 2 or 3 players if you understand that it's developed to be a LAN party game. So that's why when you play Valheim and there's networking issues, it like bounces back and forth and shares the lag with everybody. If you don't know how that works, essentially the first person who gets to an area in Valheim becomes the owner of that area. It's called a chunk owner. And then everybody who goes there afterwards combines the chunk owner's lag with their lag and a bit of everyone else's lag together into what I call the lag pool. That's not actually like an official thing, but basically everybody adds to each other's lag. There's this ping-ponging thing, and the easiest way to observe it is in Vanilla Valheim. You can try and fill up a smelter and get some kind of quality of life mod that allows you to max fill. That might actually be a vanilla feature. I don't remember. You can hold shift and then press E, and you would put the maximum in the smelter. So in this case, I would put 4 in straight away. And this will outline exactly what I'm talking about, because let's say that this is empty and I'm putting in the full 20. If it's just me in the chunk, all 20 will go in. But if there is another player in the chunk and I do that, and I double click it real quick, it'll put 40 in, because there's this gap where the smelter on the other client's chunk sort of hasn't been updated yet, so it doubles. And that will happen per extra player in the chunk. So if you have like 5 people, it's possible to shift E, fill something with a limit of 20, and it's 100. It's like, what the hell? How did I put 100 in? And it won't let you do any more after that. And that's the thing I'm talking about in action. I know that's kind of like hard to visualize, but pretty much Valheim shares lag. And you might ask why. And again, I don't have a good answer for you. I can just tell you that you have to think of what it is designed for. And remember that Valheim is designed super niche. It's made to work in that one specific situation. And if you use it outside of that, you're going to have problems. So you can imagine how if you're like playing Valheim at a LAN party or something, or in the same building as other people, then like it doesn't really matter that you're sharing your lag because it's so little. Does that make sense? So it's not really perceivable. But the moment those clients are further away, now it suddenly is noticeable, especially if they're on the other side of the world in some kind of completely different place, you know, and their info takes, you know, 100 milliseconds or 150 milliseconds to get there. Then like that creates this exponentiating lag that is literally exponentially worse per connected peer. So that's why, like, if you look at any of the people who run like very crowded or popular Valheim servers, because there are Valheim servers that have like 1,000 players logged in, but like to do that you have to rework the networking. You have to use a bunch of mods in order to like change it completely, pretty much, because of what I mentioned. It's designed with that one specific use case. So to get back to your question one step, it could help, but it won't necessarily. And you can tell how much it would help based on how good your connection to the server is in the first place. So, for example, like I have like a ping of like 80 milliseconds if I'm using a VPN to connect to the server. If I connect locally, it could be 80 when it's okay, but it's really unstable. So it fluctuates a lot, and it goes from like 80 to 200. And that instability produces the problem. And that's the observable thing. Like you can look at the ping and see that happening, right? So if you can think of it this way. If you have a higher ping, and a higher ping would be like ideally your ping is like 40 or 60, but that's really good. So something closer to like 70 or 80 is more, it's like, it's okay. It's more normal. But if you have like 100, 120 or more than that, then chances are using a VPN would be helpful. Um, but the VPN might not necessarily have a stable connection. So it depends on the VPN. Like I use one, it's called private internet access. And that one, there's certain servers that if I connect to them, it's unreliable and it won't work properly. So I just avoid those locales or those IPs. And I just use ones that work well. And for me, that's the main difference. It's not like using a VPN makes my ping really, really great. The thing that it does is it removes that instability and fluctuation of my ping. So instead of having a ping from like 80 to 200, I have a ping of like 80 to 90 or 80 to 100. So it rounds it out and makes it more reasonable. I hope that helps. But to be honest, Valheim networking, I mean, it's like the most complicated thing about the game. And also the most frustrating thing to learn about because, like, yeah, the more you learn about it, the more important you realize it is. And it's like, damn. Yeah, definitely. It's almost like one of the reasons that they do have that view of treating it like it's like a LAN situation is specifically because it's too intense to rework the networking from their perspective. Um, I've been told by like experienced Unity people that if you had like 3 or 4 years of Unity development experience, then you could rewrite the networking in Valheim in a reasonable amount of time in like a year. Someone more talented could do it faster, but supposedly that's like the reality of the situation. Like it is actually doable. It's not as complicated as Iron Gate describes it. Like technically, actually technically, I'm not I don't know Iron Gate's specific situation. So within their constraints, it could be super complicated, and that could be totally true. And it could be that they have other plans for things, and there's reasons that they're just treating Valheim as like this thing they did, and maybe they want to make some other game where they really focus and they apply everything they learned. You know, I never know. Maybe that's being optimistic, but I just who knows? Who knows? I'm just saying that technically it is fixable. It's just doing so requires knowing what you're doing, not doing something new that you haven't tried before. Like you need to be a talented developer who's done multiplayer networking before, not just something you're doing for the first time and trying to figure out. That's the main difference, right? From the first person's perspective, it is incredibly challenging, whereas from the second person's perspective, it's just work that needs to be done. You know what I mean? Like there's a difference when you're new to something and you don't have to figure it out for the first time. There's a huge difference, especially in time spent. And generally, if people are taking a really long time to do stuff, it's because they're not practiced. They're not familiar with what they're doing. And that it just takes longer. I mean, think of the first time you tried to do anything, you know? It can take like 10 or 20 times as long as it takes when you're just proficient at the task. You just boop, 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 boop. You know how to do it. You don't even have to think about it, you know? Um, so I think that's probably one of the things that's going on, but I don't really know, to be honest. All right, now I have the symbol. I hope that helped, by the way, about your networking question there, one step. So what I'm going to do is v offset 20, and what I was trying to show you before I got distracted there ranting about networking is how to make these little arrows, right? So I got a symbol. Oh, I got the wrong one, though. I got the up arrow. I want the down arrow. I want this to be like, yo, this chest is here. Check it out. All right. Well, I did something wrong. Oh, size. Yeah, I didn't adjust the size, so there's probably a tiny little arrow somewhere. Okay, size equals, let's try 48. No, 49, whatever. Whatever. Hey, there we go. Okay. You see, this is why I like the signs. You can, like, make, like, paint stuff, right? And so the whole string is still here. We just can't see it. But if you delete a bracket, then it makes the string show up, right? So you can delete the two end brackets to see the rest of it. And so what I want to do here is increase this V offset, and then I can close it. It'll end. Uh-oh. I didn't think about this. I think I'm here. Yeah. Oh, okay. So now that's that's a chest with an arrow pointing at it, right? I've been having fun with that. Oh, an arrow pointing at the chest, and the chest is full of arrows. It's amusing to me, but I'm easily amused. All right, arrows in the chest. I got this stuff. I need a hoe. And then I'm good to go. I bet there's a hoe over here. Thank you again for the hat, by the way, Hal. I had noticed that the seasonal patch was there, but I forgot that the pointy hat was part of that. You can actually get the pointy hat in Enigma. There's a couple different ways, so it's not seasonal in Enigma. But I think when it's seasonal, you can just craft it. It's really easy to make. Let's see. I'm looking for... Oh yeah, equipment goes to the top. That's something that's kind of nice about the nonsense chests. Like, all the other items go to the bottom. It does, like, this kind of self-sorting thing, where equipment and things will go to the very top, and then other stuff goes to the bottom. And I always forget that, and I look around for the hoe in the bottom. It's funny. Alright. Yeah, that all looks good. Alright. Time to go. I'm off to Goblin Path. Okay. So now, we're good. I think there's a cart there, probably. Now, I can talk a little bit about what this Goblin Path thing is, because I'm, like, sort of testing how the loot and things feel. Because my goal, I don't know if I can actually do this, but what I want to do is make it so... Uh-oh. Oh, I guess I gotta fight. Oh, I have needle arrows now. Oh, and I got a wolf spear. Yeah, I can actually fight now. Look at this. Wolf spear and archer stuff. Uh-oh. Oh. Now what? Am I gonna get cocky now because because I think I can fight and then I'm gonna die? Oh god. These things are so terrifying. I've never actually been surrounded by three. I've always, like, tried my best to not let that happen, but I definitely see how dealing with all three of the fireballs is intense. Oh god. Oh! I was about to get my spear. Okay, okay. I'll get them beforehand. I jumped down into them and then got cocky. Exactly as was expected. But what I was saying is that ideally what I want to do with Enigma Mode is make it so, like, it's a version of Valheim that, like, of course you can progress through and everything. That can all happen. But also, let's say you get shipwrecked on some random place. I love the idea of the player being able to progress into anything from anywhere with enough patience and practice. I definitely think that that is something I want to put into the... Oh, you brought them here. You have friends. How did they get up? Oh, they teleported up here. Holy shit. I was like, how did they get over here? Oh, and he's tough now. Oh, God. I'm going to run the other way. Oh, I'm going to run out of stamina. Oh shit, shit. Wait, did he? Where'd they go? Oh, the teleport brought them here and then took them away. Oh, these crafty freaking devils. They're everywhere. Holy smokes. Alright, I got needle arrows. It's alright, I'm good. As long as I take him on one at a time, I'll be alright. Wait, how am I hitting him through his bubble? What the hell? That was weird. What is happening? I'm not tripping, right? He doesn't have a bubble. He had a bubble and I was hitting him through the bubble. That's nuts. Where are these guys? These things are so crazy. They move so fast, I lose track of them. Like, there were a bunch. I killed one. Where are the other ones? Who's that? Ah, there's one. Yeah, look at them. Look at them scurrying around in the grass. Oh, those little devils. They're so slimy. Uh-oh. Yeah, and so the teleport is both something horrible, but also something that you can take advantage of. Because every time a monster teleports, it's gonna forget you're there. So you have a moment before it sees you to crit it. And that ends up... Oh, nice. The Diverger ganked him. Ganked him. Nice, nice. Oh, funny, funny, funny. Alright. Are we kind of safe now? There's another one of those shaman over there. Oh. Gosh. Horrible. Oh, I did it again. The needle arrows look cool. I like how they look. I'm gonna hit him someday. Oh god. He's just it's when the goblin shaman is more confident than the two players. Oh god. Ah, he had friends. This is brutal. I'm just gonna let this carved shipmaster save me. I was thinking about what another player said about the Diverger monsters not dropping items if there's like a Diverger around because they're so strong. And it's funny because that's actually how the coin traders work. If items drop near a coin trader, because they're actually like invincible, they have a separate system that makes them disappear. But if an item drops near them, they it'll get removed basically. I don't think I want to do that for all the Diverger, but I think what I will do is make it so that there's a chance, so it reduces the rate. So like what I've been toying with actually is this idea that like your drop rate is affected by sort of how close you are to the enemy when it dies. So let's say that there's an enemy and you die, or it dies in melee distance, you're right there, then you get like the maximum drop chance or something. But when you kill it and it's further away, you're using ranged or magic, then you only get half the chance. And then if there's like an NPC, like a Diverger or something, then you only get half that chance, you know? I don't know exactly how I would balance it, but something like that probably. What's up with these guys? Why does their shield not work? Oh god, he's gonna get me. I tried to distract him so you could get him. Sort of worked. I probably healed him by dying though. Oh, I love fighting the shaman. I don't know what it is, but just there's something about when they're fast. They're pretty good. You have to like really pay attention to them. And it's pretty easy for them to escape. Because they like run around a lot, you know? And it's like, I don't know, I really enjoyed that. Oh, I ate a stamina food. Maybe I should have done that earlier. Oh, we got you! Tragic. Well, we've killed a couple of those shaman. We'll get there. We'll get there. Once we're doing the loop, it'll be easier. Let's see. I'll look at the chat real quick. Let's see. Bum-ba-dum. I guess it's not so bad to use one monitor. Let's see. Jeremiah Hunter says, I enjoy running my own server. Oh, that's awesome. 1 second, sorry. Could you tell us more about what you enjoy about running a server, Jeremiah? I mean, I feel you. I love running a server. It's really, like, for me, Valheim really became next level when I started to do that. That's what, like, helped me really enjoy the game. Managing a server led to, like, everything, pretty much. It was actually getting the Discord channel, because I didn't want a Discord, because I knew I would just type a bunch and get distracted. And, but Captain Crumb specifically kept being like, why don't you just have a spot on our Discord? And then eventually I was like, you know what? Maybe I'm just being stupid. And they convinced me, and then I did it, and no regrets, because that's how, like, Teens and Stardancer and that whole first generation of players is all from that time period, and, like, the Discord became Enigma and Path of Magic and everything. So, definitely no regrets there. But I'd love to learn more about what you enjoy about it, Jeremiah. Let's see, Jake says, it feels like there's a lot less empowered enemies. Did you lower the rate? Were people getting ganked? Yeah, so, I didn't actually... No, I didn't change anything to make there be less empowered enemies, but the empowering system relies on prey getting killed. So, animals like deer, hare, some other things, like us, we're considered prey in the empowering system. So if that's not happening, then you won't really notice mobs getting empowered. And that's actually why, like, when you die to a monster, sometimes you go back and that monster's tough now. It's because it leveled up from killing you. Or the idea was it ate you. That's actually how it started. I remember I had, like, this idea one night, and I was like, what if monsters could eat other monsters, and then they got stronger? And that's what led to the empowering system. Oh, I left that cart there, didn't I? That was bad. I can enjoy my inventory space for the next 20 seconds. And so Jeremiah said that he enjoys being able to hop on whenever and play with friends and see their builds. And okay, so you're saying you enjoy the act of, like, having a server that other people play on as well, and seeing how it, like, changes the world. Now, what about this? Have you noticed something I noticed really early on with having a server specifically? Is that there's something really satisfying about logging in and seeing that something has changed in the world. It makes it just feel more worthwhile. Oh, I didn't have a bubble. I'm sorry. I thought I had a bubble. He ganked both of us. That one goblin. Oh my god. Alright. I'm gonna check next time. I'm sorry, I'm still a little choked up. I got, like, a frog in my throat or something. 1 second. Oh man. Well, our little spot here feels better already. Hey, we got a hot tub now too. That explains my rested buff. I feel like this one needs one of those signs. 1 second. It's gonna be a red sign. Red arrow. Let's make a hammer. No, 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 no. I'm gonna loot a hammer. I don't need to make 20 hammers. And I go to the top of the page. All good. Okay. Now, how do I do this, I guess? I guess I could clip it. Oh no, I can't. You can't do the snap point thing with these, can you? Go up here. Ah, yeah, I can just hide it behind the box. That'll do it. First person. I always forget first person isn't part of Valheim. I really love the first person mod, to be honest. I don't know why games feel that they have to be first or third person. For me, like, I would always prefer to have both. Especially in a game like Valheim. Because that way, like, people can pick, you know what I mean? And there's moments, especially with building, where, like, you need to, like, just be able to look around and see the details. Not being able to, not being able to have that is, yeah, it's frustrating. Yeah. Yeah, Hal, it's like, you basically have to have a bubble block up to survive a single hit from a starred mob. You could survive a hit from a normal goblin and get a bubble, but if you don't have a bubble up, fighting starred monsters is really hard because they just one hit you. Even if you have better gear. That's how it works until you get empowered gear. Because the empowered gear can get enough armor that it kind of makes starred monsters like normal monsters. So one-on-one, the empowered player will pretty much always win. But of course, the monsters, there's sometimes 10 of them. You know, or a shaman behind you that spawned in no way you could have known about. That's, yeah, that's definitely a thing. Alright, and all I'm doing here, I'm just making another one of these signs, except this time, it's gonna be red, because this is for food. And the size that worked, what was it, like 40, 49, right? And then the V offset was, I don't know, I think it was 40. Let's go with 60. No, 55, 55. Okay, and now I'm just grabbing one of those arrows again. And boom. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. That's health, right? I don't need to label it with words. It's red. Health chest. That one's yellow and it means arrow, but hey, whatever, whatever. I've got food. All right. I think we got this, Hal. I just gotta stop getting so distracted. Not sure I'm capable of that, but for your own sake, I'll try. It's actually, to be honest, I feel, yeah, it's like, I know Valheim's a laggy mess and it's frustrating, but I'm actually surprised. I've been able to play, and when we stream and stuff, or I'm streaming, and Halo is around, it's only if I'm in an area where there's like a lot of mobs or something that it gets bad, but at least so far, every time we died, I saw what killed us, and it looked like it made sense. You know? And I'd rather die by the sword that I see than by the sword that is invisible from a monster that teleported to me that I didn't even see. For me, that's the line. That's where it's like, okay, this feels unplayable, if that makes sense. Like, if I have experiences in combat where I can't even see the monster that kills me, like, literally, it doesn't even show up on my client, I just die, I'm like, alright, I'm gonna do something else. I was smart this time. I remembered the cart. Maybe that's why we died. Now we're safe. We just gotta make one successful loop. I wonder if we can do it. I think we can. Oh yeah, wait. I can be smart. Yeah, look at that. Oh, we're so smart. We got this. We're like, oh wait, I moved too fast. Yeah, I got it. You're the tank turret. I'm the driver. We totally got this. Just needed to bring in the, what's it called? The heavy. I don't even know what they call those things. The things that move around the people and the people with the guns, and they got a bunch of armor and stuff. Let's see. I vaguely remember there being something over there. Was there another cart over there? Is that what it was? Oh, maybe this is that cart. Yeah, I think it is. So we'll need some kind of like receiving thing. But I think you already set that up, because I saw there was a chest on the path. So we can just bring the cart there and put the stuff into the chest. So I think that works. What's this? I hear that. Vengeance. Uh-oh. Speaking of that, speaking of crazy mobs, here. I'll just try and keep you bubbled. Awesome. That's great. Ah, I know what I never got an axe. I think you can actually just melee these though, right? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, and in the previous time I played, I got like 4 iron pickaxes to drop before I even made one. Whereas this time I haven't gotten a single iron pickaxe or like a bronze axe or any of those drops. So it's funny because I definitely thought it was like too common. Oh, let's take care of these guys. There's some tribunal guys over here who haven't seen us yet. Gonna get another bubble. Alright. Gonna do it properly this time though. Okay. Alt Z. I gotta remember these hotkeys. Alt Z, fire arrow. Alt X, needle. So if I have the bow out, needle, can I have it drawn and swap the arrow? I can. Oh, that's so cool. That's awesome. I'm gonna shoot these guys. I missed. Oh, we both missed. There's something about seeing them just come over here. It's kind of nuts. I'll stop using the fire arrows too once they get closer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I said that and then did that. Alt X. There we go. Oh, you need a bubble. Bubble. There we go. Oh. Need another bubble. Oof. Just in time. Hey, we did it! Hey! The first time we won against a trio. And one of them actually dropped loot. How lucky. Look at that. It's kind of funny how... Yeah, I noticed this the other day, but just because monsters drop metal, suddenly my inventory doesn't fill up anymore because I reach the weight limit before I reach the inventory, like, slot limit, which is pretty funny. Because I'm actually less triggered by that. I'm more triggered by seeing an inventory with every slot taken up. It makes me go insane. I feel like... Uh-oh, look out, look out, look out. Get away from here, you bastard. Yeah, nice. Got them. Starting to get the hang of this. It's funny, one of the things I've struggled to do is get players to like play support roles in Valheim because people are so not used to it. So I think they don't really think to try, right? But the easiest one is with the wolf spear because it allows you to bubble other people. So you can watch and see when their bubble breaks and then rebubble them. Obviously, you have to get it a little bit before the enemy actually, like, gets there, right? But... Oh. Odin saved us. But I think that can work. The problem with healing is like in Enigma mode, stuff just dies anyway. Or like you don't really have like things kill you in one hit. So yeah, you can. Oh, you're brave. You're going off into a whole battlefield over there, man. I see a day vial or a vial. I haven't tried to actually fight one of those yet. Oh, where are you? Here you go. Oh, I think I missed you. No! No more spear. My 1% proc happened. The server giveth and the server taketh away. Oh, I just remembered that, Jake, you had some comments in the chat. I saw that and then I got distracted. In the, oh no! Fire arrows not near Hal. Sorry. Uh-oh. I think you can shoot as long as you don't hit the diverger directly with an attack from the arrow. Its explosion can hit the diverger and you won't aggro. But if you hit the diverger directly, it'll aggro. Damn, this is just a normal vial. It's not even starred. Oh god. Good thing we have a tank here. Oh no! Who got you? Oh, the 1-star Goblin of Doom. Alright. I avenged you. Hal, you must have a cool graveyard by now. Actually, I think I remember taking. Uh-oh. Oh no. That was so. I was so confidently just shooting that thing. I was like, there's no way. There's no way he's gonna come and fight me. This is so easy. These Verger are so strong. And then the moment he killed the oh god. Oh, that was too funny. Wow. I tried to run away and I literally couldn't. Like I couldn't even move fast enough and he just insta-swiped me. Like it was so perfect. Oh, whew. Alright, alright. Gotta calm down here. Let's see this. I'm gonna edit this a little bit, make it a little bit bigger. Vials or vials, yeah. That's not even a day vial, or a starred vial, or a starred day vial. Oh man. Yeah, if it was starred, I would just run, to be honest. Like basically what I do is I shoot something once, and then if I can see its health go down in a satisfying manner, I keep shooting it. But if I don't, I just run away. It seems to work. Alright. Guess I can bring more needle arrows. It's not the end of the world. Well, I'm enjoying this little plains combat loop, to be honest. But I think that's because I've always really enjoyed fighting in the plains and fighting goblin camps. It's like one of my favorite parts of the game. In general, I really like the combat in Valheim, actually. Uh-oh. Calm down. Calm down. I wasn't talking about... I don't like the combat in Valheim. Never mind, Mr. Deathskeeto. Don't prove me wrong. I need to make these things sellable. I haven't added the like ectoplasm and beer and bear things to the like merchant system yet. I'll probably get a chance to do that soon though. I need to do my day job. I like make these video tutorial things for this small company in California. And sometimes I wait until the last day of the week to do that and I get stressed. So it's better that I do that and then I get it out of the way, because then it's not like occupying my mind and I can think about things and develop. And like when I get into developing, I'll just develop for like 10 hours straight or something. I get super into it and I get like into the zone. And it's too fun that sometimes I'll try and like keep that going, but oh, what? It's the first time in my life I've made a sideways shot at a death skeeto. Yeah, I got so distracted by that. That's funny. It's funny how sometimes something so simple like completely derails my train of thought. And like I'm usually pretty good at acting like I didn't just forget and then waiting a second and then I remember what I was saying. But I definitely forget in the moment. But I found that if you just talk slower and you give yourself time and you don't freak out, then the sentence will just come to you. You'll just realize what it was. The forgetting happens from doing things too quickly or too much, pretty much. And I do want to talk about the progression idea. But I need to stop talking for a little bit here just to give my throat a break. I've been talking a lot because of all the live streams, so I have to keep that in mind. It's okay though. It makes sense that I'm like that because it's Friday. I'll have tomorrow and the day after to recover. For now, I'm just gonna jump on top of this rock and try and not get killed by these fueling. Yeah, they can get killed by the oh, 2-star, he's right there. He followed me. Okay. And that one is a spear goblin, huh? I see. Okay, good to know. Good to know. It's time to use the mine strategy. You can just... Ooh, wow. Okay, I can kill a normal goblin really easily now. That's such a confusing message now. Because there's bears in the game. Oh. Wow, did they kill the 2-star goblin? Honestly, I just expected the goblin to die. Or the growths to die. I didn't think they would kill the goblin. That works though, because fire arrows just wreck these things. Those messages. Where are you, Hal? Oh, I went the other way down the path. That's why I lost you. Makes sense. I love fire arrows so much. You know, maybe it's worth going on a resin mission. That might spice things up a little bit. Can go somewhere more peaceful and just get a bunch of resin. Farm a bunch of grey dwarves. I wonder where the closest black forest to here is. You could just run back down the path, probably. Oh no, there is some black forest on this island, isn't there? That's where Halliwell was earlier. Huh. Uh-oh. Oh, Odin, what have you done to me? Oh, okay. Okay, I can make this work. This works. This works. Can he see me? Oh, yeah, Mr. Goblin, you can't see me, can you? Uh-oh, okay, now you can. Okay. Well, I can definitely see you. Holy shit. I gotta use the landmine trick. Yeah, this is land... Oh, no. Oh, no. I got saved because it was raining. That's funny. Yeah, when it's raining, the... Oh, come on! I almost had that Deathsquito. Oh, a coin trader with a staff of lightning. That's funny. I'm kind of surprised how well the spawner system works for the coin traders, actually. I was worried that they would just spawn all around and then they'd be everywhere. But it does a really good job of not... They just don't show up, really, unless you're in certain places. And then there's only one every now and then. Like, I'm actually... Maybe other people have had different experience, but so far I've been really happy with the coin trader. Like, I want there to be more of them, which means that it's how it should be, if that makes sense. There's supposed to be this thing that is, like... It's not like something you purchase and it's worth the money you get, if that makes sense. It's supposed to be like a really... It feels like they're really good deals. So, like, you getting that coin trader, it's like, oh, whoa, that's your chance to get that thing. Now's your chance. If you don't take that chance, you're going to lose it. The coin trader is going to die. It adds this vibe to the world that at least I think adds value. But really, there's just one coin trader I really want. I really, really want to get the swimming mount. It's by far my favorite, and I've been wanting to play test it and actually play on it with like an actual character. I've been wanting to do that for a while. Oh, this is a day vial, huh? Okay. This is one of the ones that has loads and loads of health, but I'm pretty safe over here, so maybe it'll be fine. Maybe I shouldn't even waste... probably should not waste the fire arrows, though, to be honest. I know it may feel like we're not progressing, Hal, but trust me, we are. You're learning to fight, we're learning to not die, and before we know it, we'll be farming these goblins like nothing. We'll have all of the scraps we need, all of the iron, everything we ever wanted in life, all because we killed hundreds and hundreds of goblins. It seems like right now, as long as I have arrows, that's nice. Having that wolf spear was actually really nice, because then I had a bubble. Now it's gone, though. I'm glad I reduced the rate, though. I see why players didn't like it when it was before. Because before, it was 10 times more likely to break, so it was a 10% chance, or like 6% or something. Whereas now it's like 1% chance. And then it gets even lower if you empower the spear. No! Pack leader, go away, pack leader, go away! Go away! Ah, this isn't so bad. These guys are really big. Where's that? There he is. This guy's gonna just ice him. Iced! Uh-oh. Dang, he hits hard. Wow, is he gonna kill him? Oh crap, I should probably help. Oh no, he's good. Oh! Oof. Brutal. Hey, a fueling berserker trophy! Hey! Awesome. That's lucky. I'd like a friendly fueling berserker. It's so funny now. It's like, I see how in a video game, like, it's kind of a mistake to just give any item one use, isn't it? Because I know in Valheim, the trophies were like something I had to really work at in vanilla Valheim to have fun with. And like, I found that if you make a habit of placing every trophy you get, then it does become more enjoyable to find the trophies. But for the most part, the trophies feel like sort of like trash, like something that you may want a little bit for certain crafting recipes, but in the long run, Yeah, they don't really retain their value very well. At least in my head, they don't. But I see how all it takes is adding more practicality to it, right? Like in Enigma, for example, there's a couple things you can do with trophies. There's three things actually that you can do with trophies. You could summon the monster. You could sell the trophy for coins, or you could mount the trophy to trigger raids. Because mounted trophies in Enigma bring raids of that specific kind. So, and I can tell how just having other uses, it increases the chance that the player feels like items are worth it, like they have value. I think that's quite important. Hey, what's this? This looks like a smart spot here. Uh-oh. Look how there's this ladder and then it's just poof. Hey, cool. What's this? There's something new here. Adventure? Oh, what's in the adventure? Now I want to know what's over there. I'm scared of locks though, so I'm gonna leave it be. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't looked at the chat. Oh no. All right, now I'll get to what Jake said. Sorry, I completely got distracted there. So Jake was saying, what path are you guys down? I'm bored. I'm thinking of adventuring the west path and seeing if I can spot my body. Oh yeah, I forgot to find your body last night. I'm sorry. I'll look for it. Just remind me like after the stream, and then I'll take care of it. And Jake says, I fed Fenring like 4 deer yesterday and they wouldn't go past 2-star. It's probably luck, to be honest, because that's an RNG thing. The empowering steps aren't guaranteed. So it's not like, oh, it killed a monster, now it's going to level up. It's like, oh, it killed a monster, give it a coin flip to level up. So you probably got like 4 unlucky coin flips, pretty much. Let's see. JRJ says, JP, I've gotten Diverger aggro from the chain lightning from your Zappy bow. Yeah. Chain lightning. So that will do it because the chain lightning, you're talking about the Ashland's lightning weapon, right? Because that's different. If vanilla has the mechanic, then the Diverger knows it was your attack, if that makes sense. Whereas if vanilla doesn't have the mechanic, that means I added it. So the Diverger doesn't know it was your attack. Give me a moment here. Let's see, I need to steal some wood. I'm just gonna... I guess I can just do it this way. Yeah. Steal Hal's little thing here. I'm gonna make a chest that is almost certainly doomed. What? Oh, I don't have auto pickup on. Okay. Oh no, I didn't have enough room. That's right. Sorry about that. All right. Yeah, so basically, okay, just give me a moment and then I'll explain how that works. But when you're using those Ashland's elemental weapons, that's part of the normal game. So the extra attacks, like the lightning that spreads to a Diverger nearby, the Diverger would associate it with your attack and then it would get aggressive. But let's say, for example, that you shoot a fire arrow and then it explodes. That explosion can hurt the Diverger, and the Diverger doesn't know it was your attack because there's not a connection to the player. It's just an explosion where the player's arrow was, if that makes sense. So it all depends on if EWP is doing it and it's an extra layer, then it won't aggro the Diverger. But if you throw like a bomb, a bio bomb, or like, yeah, a bio bomb, the one that explodes, if you throw that and it explodes with a vanilla explosion, that will aggro the diverger. Make sense? But unless you know what is what, it's probably best to assume that your attack will aggro the diverger. Because it's hard for a player who doesn't know the differences between vanilla and Enigma, and there's a lot of differences, and they're not always apparent. So if you haven't played a lot of Valheim normally, you might think things are normal in Valheim, but they're actually just an Enigma thing. It just doesn't necessarily, like, it's not super obvious that it's scripted. So there's a bunch of things that are like that. But here we go. Got that. I did that thing. Now we have a little spot here. It looks like there need to be some little outposts to, like, protect stuff. But let me look over here for a moment. I want to see... Why does it say adventure? Oh, cool. Hey, look, there's a whole other place to go. The greatest gift. Why am I suspicious? Oh. What's the greatest gift? Is it iron? This is cool. I wonder who did this. Was this, let's see. Brack Forester. I feel like... Was it Jake? Maybe it was Jake. Haha, this is cool. I like what you've done here. I'm gonna leave it for someone. Ah, Flint! That's great. Oh, I love it. That's hilarious. Let's see, what's this little thing over here? I haven't seen any of this. So this is all, I think this is all new since I was last here. Or maybe Fishmaster did this. I hate feelings. Oh, look at all these signs. That's cool. I guess I could look at who wrote the signs and I could see who set this up, but I'm actually going to go back over to that plains area. That's so cool. Someone made a little adventure. I like it when people make these little, like, path things that other players can cross. This would be frustrating with the boat. I don't think it really matters, to be honest. It only matters if the area is a choke point that people actually travel through. In this situation, I don't think people are going through here on their boats much, to be honest. God, these locks terrify me. Absolutely. They absolutely terrify me. Alright, now I'll get to your other questions. I'm sorry, I got a little distracted there. Let me just make sure I am kind of safe. Yeah, good enough. Okay. So, hello, Jenny H. Hone. Hello, welcome. So JRJ said, so then the frost arrows won't aggro the diverger. If you hit the diverger with the frost arrow, it will. But if the second attack hits the diverger, it won't. Because, again, basically the diverger thinks the added effects are from a monster. They don't associate them with the player. And so One Step Too Many said, where's the server located? I'm trying to set up my VPN near it. The server is located in Texas. But really, if you're, I mean, Atlanta or Florida, any of these places are good enough, really. You don't have to be exactly where it is. You have to be, like, close enough with a good connection. So, like, let's say, for example, the server's in Texas. Let's say your VPN allows you to connect to either Texas or it allows you to connect to Florida. If the connection to Florida is faster, like let's say it's like 60 milliseconds, and the connection to Texas is like 90, you should use the Florida one, even though it's not technically as close to the server. So it's like, yes, you want to be close to the server, but you want to have whatever best connection close to it. you can get. Make sense? And I thought you might be, I thought you might be Star for some reason. JRJ, I'll just call you Star. Hello, Jenny. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see. All right. Jenny says, "How are you doing? I'm new in this game. Can you tell me how to play this game?" Oh, how to play Valheim? Oh gosh, that's funny you say that because I made a video on YouTube like 3 days ago, and the title is literally how to play Valheim. Honestly, how do you even answer that question? What do you tell a person who's new to Valheim? I guess I can tell you the parts. There's like 3 things about this game people really, really enjoy. So you can have a better time if you figure out which parts are the kind of thing you like. Make sense? So generally, you can boil Valheim down to fighting. Like what I'm doing now, I'm fighting stuff, right? I'm fighting this goblin, or he's killing me, whatever you want to say. Then there is building, right? You can build stuff, right? You build a workbench, and then you can build all this stuff, and you can build a house and a base, all of that. Good stuff. And then there is exploration. You can look around, find new biomes, explore the world, and find new places, or different kinds of biomes that you haven't seen before, right? So how you play Valheim really depends on what you enjoy, because it's a very, very flexible game. It's not a game that needs to be played a certain way, or like you should progress very quickly through, because like the best parts of Valheim aren't like beating the bosses or anything really. It's those things I mentioned. It's fighting, it's exploring, it's building. So if you're new to it, you can kind of think about like, oh, okay, there you go. There's a lesson for you. Deathsquito gank. That's what happens. But if you're new to it, you can think about that. Like, which kind of things do you feel interested in? And another recommendation I can make to you is Valheim is a game that really shines in multiplayer. So you could kind of get that experience if you're playing single player and you're listening to live streams. That sort of gets it. But playing single player is a great way to get familiar with the game and practice it and get better at it. But then if you want to play on, like, have more unpredictable experiences that are more interesting, you need other people to be in the situation, because then as soon as other people are involved, it's a lot more interesting. There's a lot more depth to it, because you don't really know what other people are going to do. You can learn from how they play. You could try and keep them alive if they're really bad at combat, or maybe they just want to build. You can collect resources for them, and you like exploring. And that way you can play together, and like they build cool bases, you explore, bring them resources, they build stuff, you go out, and it makes this kind of cool dynamic. Like Valheim is a game that teaches people to work together. It does a really good job of that compared to other video games. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it really tries to teach you to do that, but relative to how competitive other games are, Valheim is a great teacher for community development, I would say. I guess that's just my opinion, though. Let's see. Oh, hey, look. I got some cheap viewers on Stream Boo. I always wonder about those. Do those actually work? Does anyone know? Like, because as far as I understand, those are scams. And I'm just kind of surprised they're still around. Because I've been making YouTube videos for a long time. Like, actually, almost half of my life. A very long time. And there's scams on YouTube where they'll try and like sell you subscribers, but it doesn't actually like it doesn't actually help you. It hurts you. So like it's not actually good to do that. It's not even an ethical thing. I'm not saying like, oh, don't do it, it's bad. I'm saying literally like if you buy fake subscribers, the systems know they're not real. Like, it's just a number that you get tricked by, and then you think, oh, because my subscriber count is 1,000 now, that like I'm gonna get more views on my videos, and it doesn't work that way. If you don't have actual subscribers watching your videos, like, it does not matter that you have more subscribers, and it can actually hurt you because the analytics get messed up. So you have to actually be really careful. And so I just assume it's the same on Twitch. Like, there's no point in buying views and watch and these things unless you're trying to manipulate people socially, and like, that's not a game I want to get into. Because the platform itself can tell the difference. I guess people can't. So, like, I mean, I've basically done that by accident because I got a bunch of subscribers on YouTube from making dropshipping content a long time ago, like a decade ago. And so, like, that's where 22,000 of my subscribers came from. So now it looks like I have 24,000 subscribers, but really I only have like maybe 3,000 or 4,000. I know that there's around 2,300 people who will watch a video I make, like, with almost certainty, if they feel like it's a bit relevant to them. But my point is that, like, I can tell that sometimes it does affect things socially, because even though I know that those subscribers are from my dropshipping era, people don't know that, right? And Valheim people definitely don't know that, so they'll often think I have actually like 24,000 subscribers. And then it's like, it's weird, right? Because if I have that many subscribers, why is it that the videos get like 300 to 2,300 views in the first couple days? Like, that's basically what always happens. If you actually had 20-something thousand active subscribers, that would mean you're really underperforming, right? But that's what I'm saying. I don't actually have 24,000 Valheim subscribers. I have like 3,000 maybe, and I can't even know that because, yeah, it's complicated because of the work in the past. It's like I did some of the things on YouTube you're never ever supposed to do, and it seems like it doesn't actually matter, to be honest. Like, I don't think YouTube actually cares that a bunch of old videos on my channel are dropshipping videos. Like, I don't think it actually matters. People have told me it does, but I've never been convinced it does, because as far as I can tell, as long as you make good new content and your current audience expects what you're making, they don't give a shit. Like, YouTube doesn't care that 10 years ago there's videos on the channel from something else. It's not gonna, like, down rank your channel because of that. At least I don't buy it. And that's just because, like, I've learned a lot about YouTube, and people think it's a lot more direct than it actually is. Like, they talk about this algorithm as if it's like an entity you can feed, and like, it really isn't. You shouldn't think about it that way. Like, YouTube videos do well when they serve people's needs and they're valuable. Like, it's not about like tricking some algorithm into thinking it's valuable. It's about like people actually getting value out of the videos. If you make YouTube videos and they don't do well, it's not because the algorithm sucks. It's because there isn't demand or there's not value. Like, that's how it works. But people rarely want to acknowledge that. You know, it's a lot easier to just be like, no, I did everything right. It's the stupid algorithm. It's just, it hasn't found me yet. Like, you know what I mean? And it's like, it's not how it works. Even if you get a viral video, that doesn't mean you're found. You now have to deal with the reality that that viral moment might never recreate itself. And if you make the mistake of getting used to it and expecting that level of traction, then you're going to find that even though you had that viral moment, nothing mattered, right? It's complicated. Like, there's a reason that, like, a lot of people get burned out doing YouTube, and a lot of people aren't able to do it. It's definitely a scene that, like, you have to have a lot of privilege to be in the YouTube space. Like, I know how there's this narrative that, oh, anyone can make YouTube videos. And like, yeah, it's true. Don't get me wrong. that, that was inevitable. But at the same time, like, you need time. You need some level of equipment, and like those are privileges. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you have to be rich, but YouTube is a game where like for you to stand out and for you to grow, and especially for you to earn enough money to make a difference in your life, like you have to have leverage that other people don't have, because like otherwise everybody would do it. Does that make sense? Like it's a game where you have to have a lot of time. And like for me, the appeal of YouTube work, it's like I look at it like this. Um, which would you rather have? Would you rather have a well-paid job that you have to work full time, and every year maybe you'll get a little percentage raise, but ultimately, even in 20, 30 years, there's no way you're going to be earning 10 times as much as you earn now. Like, that doesn't happen in traditional careers. You're not going to have like a situation where because you worked for 10 years, now you only have to work 2 hours a day and everything you need in life is taken care of. Like, it's not going to happen. You know what I mean? And that's where YouTube, the appeal of it comes in. Because in my head, YouTube is a game that's all about leveraging time in the beginning. Because like you can imagine it that like you need to make content and not get paid for it for 10 years. And then you can work part-time and earn good money. Like you can have a really awesome life where you don't have much that's like required from you in these things, and you can do everything that you want to do. It's all completely possible. But in the traditional scene, that's not how it works. So it's kind of like, oh no, it's gonna kill me. Oh no, I'm good, I got lucky. In the traditional scene, it's the opposite. You get that stability today in exchange for uncertainty in the future, right? Because like, okay, you have that cool job, that's great. But what happens if you get fired? You know what I mean? And that's why like you can apply that same logic to everything, right? Like what happens if YouTube goes out of business? What happens if you stop earning ad revenue from YouTube? Blah blah blah. But when you're like dealing with making your own content, like you can plan ahead for all of that kind of stuff. You do contingency planning, and like you don't rely on one revenue stream. So like, yeah, you're a YouTuber, whatever, you make money off of doing that, but that doesn't mean that you just expect ad revenue to keep you afloat. Ad revenue is just one of the many streams of income you need to establish. Like for anything to really work in this scene where you're like self-employed and all that, you have to have as many income streams as possible while still being able to grow them, if that makes sense. Because one income stream can always be taken away. But if you have like 4 or 5, it's just unlikely that like all of those are gonna get screwed over, right? And like on YouTube, people make the mistake of relying on that ad revenue. Like you can't, especially if your channel got popular because of a wave of attention, just as the wave came and gave you traffic, it can go away and you can lose that traffic. So while on one hand that can be really frustrating, for me personally, it's one of the draws for making Valheim content. Because in my head, Valheim is already at its lowest it can be. It can't die more. It can't lose more players because it already is at its slow point. Like realistically, I mean, let me put it this way. Like it's always normal for there to be a spike in the beginning. Once 3 or 4 years pass though, the game should have a comparable player base to, let's say, a double digit of the spike. So let's say the spike was 100. After enough time, the game should have retained that. A great example of this is classic no, sorry, not classic WoW. Old school RuneScape. Old school RuneScape launched. It was very popular, more popular than people expected, and then it, so to speak, died. It lost a load of its players, right? As is expected. That happens in everything. Same thing with Valheim in the pandemic. The difference with old school RuneScape and the difference with old games that go through this and handle it properly is that they come back. I'm not saying they reach peak, but they reach a portion of peak. You can imagine that they get to a third of it. That would be really good. Or maybe even they get to a tenth of it. That's also pretty good. For reference, Valheim is at, like, on a bad time, 3% of peak. And in the best of the best times, the base is like 6% of peak. So Valheim has failed in that way. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It has failed. There's been enough time since it launched. It launched 4 years ago, so to speak. That's when the public became aware of it. That there should have been a rebound by now if that was going to happen. The fact that that hasn't happened indicates fundamental failures in the core gameplay loop that players experience. Obviously, these aren't popular things to talk about. It means being critical of Iron Gate, and I'm not critical of them, to be honest. I don't feel that way. I don't feel resentful towards them. I mean, I get it, you know, like, it's complicated. And, like, I don't even expect them to fix any of these things. I just hope that they don't stop us. That would be sad, you know, like, I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, dang, what if, like, we live in the world where I'm imagining that if, like, things like Enigma become super popular, that it will inspire Iron Gate. And maybe someday I could talk to one of them and interview them and be supportive and loving to them. You know what I mean? Like, I know people have this notion that if somebody just tells Iron Gate what's wrong, it's going to fix it. Like, that's not how it works. Like, they know. They know these things. It's not about that. It's about the relationship with them. It's about talking and being respectful. And in many ways, they were very heavily disrespected by people. So, like, I don't blame them for being the way that they are. But at the same time, I see how Valheim suffers. You know what I mean? And I have this notion that if I just keep working on Enigma as much as possible, and I just keep going, eventually, it'll be so common for people to play Enigma mode that it'll force people to change the way they think about the game. That's my attitude. It's not like tell them what's wrong. It's show them what's right. Does that make sense? But I need to make, like, I don't know how that can happen. I know it's possible. I'm not saying it's easy, but I know that, like, let's say that the right live streamers, the right popular live streamers set up an Enigma server. Like, if people like Asmongold or Charlie and these people, like, that's, like, wave-breaking stuff. But, like, in order for that to happen, Enigma needs to be such a fun experience that it's spreading itself like a virus. Makes sense? And I don't know what is necessary to make that happen. I just know that it's possible, and I know that if I inspire people and I treat people really, really well, and I focus on having people work together, then maybe these things can become real, right? The way I imagine it is that the Valheim scene it's very fragmented. Incredibly fragmented, so it's really hard to get a sense of, like, who all the Valheim players are, because there's so many different kinds of Valheim players who swear that this is the way to play Valheim, and really, like, it's that way because that's the attitude the company who runs it has. Like, Iron Gate has this weird relationship with their player base where it's like they want you to play Valheim in a way that works for you. They have world modifiers and everything. While at the same time, they don't want you to play Valheim in a different way. And like it's really hard to put one's finger on exactly what it is, but when you start talking to mod creators and content creators, you just start noticing like this pattern where like people like Iron Gate used to talk to them, but then they started using a mod or whatever, and then they never heard from Iron Gate again. They never got featured again. That kind of thing. Like there's people who've had that experience, you know, and it's like it's a bit sad, you know, seeing how this game it has so much more potential than people realize. Um, like really, like all that Iron Gate really needs is EWP. And I don't even mean the players. I mean like Iron Gate themselves, they need a fast scripting system so that they can quickly test things because they take so long, and I get it. I know everyone knows that, but I don't think people really realize how much of an actual problem for the game it is that Iron Gate develops so slowly. Um, Something I've noticed from the work that I've been doing on the server is like people need to feel like things are updating and changing, you know, and they're naturally going to lose interest. That's normal. You can't keep someone interested all the time, but like that's what your updates do. The updates to the game help bring people back to the game. They help people feel like, hey, that sounds cool. I want to look into it. And then they talk about the updates with their friends. And like if you're not updating your game weekly, like it's not alive. Like I'm just being honest with you as a game from a game development perspective. It has to be updated more. Otherwise it's a dead game, and like that's just how it is, right? And so people can get frustrated with Iron Gate and everything, and they can say what they're gonna say. And like again, I don't say these things out of hate. I love them. But like when you really care about something, it's important to be open about how it hurts itself, you know? Otherwise, yeah, these things are never gonna change. And I don't know if I'm gonna be able to influence. One second. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Let's see. I'll look in the chat again in a moment. I have a feeling I got scammed. Alright, let's see. You bastard. Now I know. The moment someone mentions if you read the chat and they're asking if you're seeing the messages, they're those damn Discord artist bot people. You bastards, you're so annoying. At this point, I might just be rude to new people on Twitch, because it's like, there's certain behaviors. It's like, if they talk to you and they ask you a question about the game you're playing, they're baiting you, you know what I mean? It's like very much a baiting thing, and they make money by convincing people who are streaming that if you just do what they say, if you just update your art, it's worth the money they charge, right? And then they fuck off and nothing happens. Because you can't, like, your art doesn't matter if you're not, like, entertaining and regular and there and present. It's irrelevant, completely irrelevant if I have a channel banner or not. If I'm performing, then I will get traction. If I'm not performing, I will not get traction. Like, that's how it works. So don't fall for those scams. They're literally people just trying to get you to spend money on something you don't need. Especially with, like, banner art. That stuff is so incredibly replicatable, especially with AI. Like, I'm sorry to artists, but if you're funding your art by spamming people on Twitch and getting them to spend money and taking advantage of their vulnerability, I don't really give a shit. like, like find a more ethical way to spread your art. It's hard though, you know. It's hard to make money doing things you enjoy. So, you know, I feel it, but in my head, you have to treat people right. If you don't treat people right, it doesn't matter. Everything comes back to that. That's what makes, like, games even as a thing. Like, you have to treat your players well. If you don't treat your players well, it's gonna backfire on you. And that's what I've been ranting about. Like basically, the issue with Valheim, you can think about it this way. Valheim has new players coming, and then old players going. Make sense? I think that's something people can understand. The rate at which new people start playing Valheim is almost completely identical to the rate at which players leave Valheim. There's a teeny little bit more people coming than people leaving. So it's not like it's losing players, but let me put it this way. It could continue at its pace for 30 years and never become popular. That's how little growth there is. So, like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Deep North will come out and it'll be great. And there'll be a bunch of new players who come back. Maybe that'll happen. I doubt it. I don't think so. There's other issues, like fundamental problems that haven't been fixed. And those issues are the real reason that people don't play. But, unfortunately, that's not going to change. So, that's why earlier I was like, all that I can hope for is that Iron Gate doesn't stop us. Because, like, what happens if when one of these things gets popular, or something like Enigma gets popular? I mean, I was thinking the other day, like, what if I'm wrong? What if it doesn't inspire them? What if they reach out and ask me to stop? You know, like, that's a possibility. Things like that can happen. I'm not saying that would happen, you know, and if that did happen, that would be something, that would be something sad. Like, really sad. I mean, for me, that would be absolutely devastating. Just, like, emotionally. Not because I'm relying on it or anything. It's just, it would say so much about them as a company, right? But they haven't done that. You know, I mention that because I know how certain, like, mod creators have been treated. And, like, even people like Dakar and 9byte, like, I don't know, if I was Iron Gate and, like, somebody made an adventure map like that, I would, like, want a lot of emphasis on it. I would want other players to see it. I would, like, have some kind of official recommendation of it, or, like, I would interview the players, or the creators. I don't know, like, to see somebody put so much love for so long into your game, how can you not acknowledge that more? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It just, to me, it just seems weird. Like, it leaves this odd taste in my mouth. And I don't know, like, am I just being melodramatic? Am I just making nonsense up? Am I being overly critical? Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I have no idea. And it is I fell for the trick. You know, when you build in Path of Magic or Enigma, the containers get replaced, but sometimes there's a little bit of lag before that happens. I didn't even know about this. Oh, the thing from earlier happened. That's okay. And so the container, like, will vanish and you'll toss your thing. That's what I did. But, like, there's, I'll just talk about this a little bit more. There's history, if that makes sense. Where How do I put this? Give me a second. I need to collect my thoughts. Alright, well, I'm looking at the chat here. So Star said, what you're saying makes me think a lot about how Bethesda has been about Skywind and Oblivion. And Sky Oblivion. Yeah. I mean, could you tell me more about that? Because, I don't know how Bethesda has handled that, but Bethesda generally is one of the most pro-modding examples there are. So I would assume they handled it in a way that shows, like, this is what Iron Gate isn't doing. You know what I mean? Like, they're not acknowledging that kind of thing. And it's not even acknowledging, because, like, I feel like they probably have, like, maybe they've included one of the builds or some kind of reference in, like, a build of the month thing, or maybe that's just for players. I'm not saying they haven't acknowledged it at all. It's just, you know, there's this lack of reciprocity, I guess. There's this, I don't know, it's like, it's almost as if they're scared, like Iron Gate is scared that players playing Valheim in a way they didn't expect, yeah, like they're scared of that for some reason. Like, I don't really know what they would be scared of, to be honest. Like, I don't know. It sounds weird to say it that way, but that's the behavior, you know what I mean? When people don't understand something, they often are scared. And that's why they're not understanding what's going on. It's because they're thinking about it from a place of fear. And so that makes them much more, like, hesitant and critical. So yeah, it's complicated, right? And I really do hope, I hope that someday I can talk to them and just treat them well, you know, and do like some kind of interview. But to be honest, I've been a bit nervous about that because, like, I could reach out, of course, but when I've watched some of the interviews recently, they've made me sad. So, like, I don't know. I don't know what I would do if, like, I'm the one interviewing them and their answers make me sad. Because it'll show. And I don't... Like, I wouldn't criticize them or give any advice, but, like, I would ask questions, right? That aren't simple, that are emotional. You know, and I don't think that's really what they do. I don't think they're into that kind of thing. You know, maybe I'd be wrong. If anybody were ever to reach out, I would immediately work with them. But, or like do some kind of content. But it's more like I feel concerned about it because they're so hesitant to talk about things, and like a lot of the things I talk about, I'm very direct with, like, intense emotional stuff and trauma, and this is all stuff people just ignore normally. They're way too uncomfortable to talk about it. So, like, I kind of feel like I'm too intense for them. Like, I love Valheim so much and have met and interacted with so many other people who love Valheim that, like, the interaction itself, I don't know, like, I feel like it would be something stressful for them, or I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking, but I should probably reach out at some point. I just, again, like, I don't know what to do about, like, how do I frame things in a way where, like, if I interviewed one of them, it would be, I would like start with their life story and want to learn about them as a person and how they feel. I wouldn't even ask them about, like, features in Valheim. Like, literally, because from my perspective, the features are a side effect of their emotions, the developers' emotions and feelings. So why ask about features when you can cut to the chase and get to the cause, the root cause of everything, which is how they really feel. You know what I mean? Because, like, that's what I'd want to figure out. If I talked to anyone at Iron Gate, I would want to gauge how they feel about Valheim as a game. Like, how do they feel about its future? What do they believe? What are they scared of? What are they... That bastard. Did you see that? He destroyed the chest and then teleported up into the path from destroying the chest. This whole day, I've just been getting farmed by these tribunal elders. It's okay, though. I actually feel much more capable. It's more like I gotta remember that their fire blasts are just so nuts. Keep missing. Could you tell me more, Star, about actually maybe you already did, I just haven't looked at the chat, about how Bethesda is handling Skyblivion? Because I haven't actually, I've seen the videos from like the creators of Skyblivion, but I don't actually know about like Bethesda's stance on that project. Especially now, because they already released their rework, right? So I feel like maybe they wouldn't be so happy about Skyblivion until Oblivion Remastered came out, and now it's already out, right? So like it's not like Skyblivion is gonna take away sales from that game that by the time Skyblivion is done is old, right? I mean, maybe I'm being optimistic, but I don't know. Alright, I'm tired of getting killed by shaman. I'm just getting farmed by these freaking shaman. I keep going down this path to look for a cart that I have a feeling was ultimately destroyed or something. Like, it's just not around here. Oh, hey, you wrote a bunch about this. Okay, give me a moment. I'll read Star's comments here. So, Star said, I don't understand how a company cannot be excited about the time and effort fans spend and want to nurture it, because in the long run, that means it's going to help. Well, one of the things they have done, Bethesda, is releasing the still buggy remake in Oblivion in the year that Skyblivion is coming out. And this from a long time ago, but I remember there being something about trying to lock down modding and paying the modders, but not really. I don't remember. I think it really would be interesting if you did manage to interview them. Their emotions, feelings, experiences, what makes them tick. Like the idea that part of the reason that Netflix Witcher seasons have progressively gotten worse because the writers and creators don't actually care about the source material. I really can't remember most of the details about what Bethesda has done, but there's definitely this flavor of distrust. Yeah, I feel you there. That's what I was going to say. It's like, I think relative to Iron Gate, Bethesda has a reputation for being very mod friendly. And maybe that's something to point out actually, because people often say that Iron Gate is mod friendly, but this is being a bit misleading. It's not actually true. Like I can explain the history of modding. Maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is my literal understanding. This is what I understand happened. So Valheim blows up, right? Lots of people playing it. There's this era. There's like things like Body Recovery Squad, which was a big group, loads of people, loads of traffic, constant stuff to do, great way to meet new people, that kind of thing. Around that time, modding starts to become more of a thing, and in the Discord, in the beginning, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the beginning, in the official Valheim Discord, like, you could talk about modding in these things, and that the modders were in that Discord. They were, like, active in the official Discord. That, over time, completely changed, and there was a lot of mistrust, and either mistrust or mismanagement towards the modding scene. And moving forward, the modders, none of them are on the Discord anymore. And I don't think you're even really, like, if you bring up modding, you're not treated very well. Okay, I don't talk on that Discord. I don't actually know. But I'm just sharing my understanding. Um, so what ended up happening is then, like, they don't handle it super well, and then they kind of soften on the mod thing, and for a bit it kind of seemed like, oh, maybe they're gonna like ban mods or something, or maybe they're gonna say you can't mod it, because they made some comments that made it seem like it's sort of like that. But then that softened and it was okay. They're like, look, you can mod, it's okay. But there's this weirdness about it. And the Valheim player base as a whole is relatively anti-mod if you look at the new players. If you look at veterans, almost all of them use mods. But if you look at the culture in, like, the typical Valheim player groups, like people who've maybe played Valheim, maybe they got to the end of the bosses once or twice, something like that. If you look at these situations, yeah, there's this weirdness, there's this mistrust, there's this distaste. And I don't really know how to put my finger on it, you know? It's just like something's missing. I don't know what's wrong exactly, but something is wrong. Something's missing. And the only way I can imagine is that the people at Iron Gate, they feel scared. I don't know what they're scared of, but I've interacted with enough humans. I can tell when people are behaving out of fear. And the way Iron Gate behaves and the way they behave in interviews is very much like they're very geared towards what they're scared of and what people are talking about. And when you have people focus on the opinions of others, even if they're your players, you can just kind of tell the way that people go about it. You learn a little bit about, like, their psyche in these things, right? And at least in the interviews I've watched, like, the Iron Gate people generally, they pay a lot of attention to negative comments on places like Reddit and stuff. And it's like, man, I would just ignore Reddit entirely. Like, it's just not a good source of... Like, Reddit is where people go to get riled up about something. So, like, you can hear a lot of fuss from Reddit. But, like, Reddit's not gonna... It's not gonna, like, help you, really. It's very, like, I understand that you can get traffic from Reddit and everything, but people who aren't used to the content creation world don't understand that traffic is not equal. So there's a big difference between a bunch of people who don't give a shit about you and 5 people who are completely and absolutely loyal to you and care very deeply about what you do. And you don't want a bunch of random strangers in traffic that way. What you want are loyal people who care. Those are hard to find. It's hard to grow that. And yeah, I don't know, like this year I'll be more involved with the Volcon thing. Except it's sort of like last time I was a participant, but this time I'm one of the staff people, so I'll focus more on, like, helping other content creators. So I'll try it. Well, my idea is not to talk as much and to, like, say things that get other people talking more so than try and, like, share how I feel. That's going to be my approach to anything I'm involved with for Volcon. But one of the things, yeah, I've mentioned this before, but, like, just seeing how they handled that, and, like, the team reached out to them last year, and, well, okay, let me put it this way. They were told that they'll see how it goes and maybe next year. Well, it's going to be next year now. You know? We'll see how it went, right? But yeah, there's just something's not there. I don't know how to put it. There's, like, this reciprocity that's missing, or at least perceived as missing by a lot of people. So, I don't know. And the reason I was talking about this is because I view it as like, okay, there's all of this distrust, pretty much, in the Valheim community. There's all this separation, like I mentioned, right? And so I think what I can do, I don't know if this is going to work out, but I can become some kind of force or help be a catalyst so that the relationship between the players, the developers, and the modders is more healthy. Because from my perspective, it should be more cohesive. We should all work together more. We should talk to each other. We should better understand. Like, the server people should understand what the developers feel, and the developers should understand what the server people feel, and the modders should know what the developers care about, and the developers should know what the modders care about. You know, like, we need to all work together for this to really work. And if we're not working together, then we can't expect the players to, like, treat us right or be appreciative of things, because the players experience all of this separation. They experience the fact that if they play vanilla Valheim, that's fine, but then there's all these problems, and if they talk about them, you know, they then suddenly have to be segregated. They have to separate themselves into the Valheim crew, the vanilla crew, the modded crew, the no quality of life crew, the quality of life, and it's all this nonsense, and it's just not necessary. And it all hurts Valheim, and that's why it's sad. You know, it's like, EWP is so exciting because all this stuff is happening, almost. It's like, it almost adds this level of, like, something crazy could happen if the right thing is in the right place at the right time, and it spreads. But that's tricky. Very, very tricky. 1 second. Alright, so they keep destroying this chest, but we have been bringing loot up here. And what I was going to do is I realized that I have been looking for a cart that was destroyed, that no longer exists. So somewhere along the lines, there's a broken cart. That's not what I'm going to do. For now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to that Black Forest area, and I'm going to try and just get a bunch of resin. Nothing too fancy. And I think, if I remember right, I saw Black Forest. There's like this charred fortress over here. And then there's this over here, this area. Let's see. Yeah. So, let's see. I need stuff for a cart. It's basically what I've been regretting here. Get my nails. Put half of them away. Okay, good. We got that. Half the bronze nails. Now we just need the wood. We can just grab wood by getting 2 of these chests. Nice. Okay. So, we're gonna go up here. Oh, there was already a cart here. Huh. That's funny. Ooh, I remember what I need. I need an axe. I do not have an axe. Let's see. Oh, I made a stone axe. I don't need a stone axe. Wait. Flint? Oh, 6 flint. I'm not going to use that. Yeah, look at this. I got my stone axe. I could probably make something better, but really, I just need something that can chop some trees, to be honest. we're going for. Over here somewhere, there's like a river. And then on the other side of the river, there is some black forest. And so, in theory, because I've been used to the goblins and the plains, I should be able to go into this black forest and survive. But I guess we'll see what happens. It's funny, right? How much of Valheim is looking at a dark screen or like fog or mist. And it's like if I was playing in an area I didn't know, like there's no way I would know where to go. That's why paths are so useful. So you can just keep running down the path and then you can kind of get lost and it doesn't matter as much. Hey, Fire! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, famous last words, exactly. Yeah, so Star made a good point. It could be that Iron Gate is so small that they don't have an actual team for working with the modders to build that healthy relationship. Yeah, I mean you're completely right. I mean, and to be honest, my bet is that Iron Gate is set up in a way structurally that makes it impossible for them to function the way they need to. So it's not like a person is doing something wrong. It's that the company itself is set up in a way where things are really, 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 really slow. Um, but at the end of the day, like, it doesn't really matter, you know what I mean? Because the effect is the effect, and it's just, like, weird, because I can sense that, like, I'm in a position where Iron Gate has made these mistakes, and if I play my cards right, I can leverage those mistakes to get known by making a version of their game, so to speak, that doesn't have the same mistakes, but in a way that they still own everything and I never sell anything. So it's all like I'm not taking anything from them, you know what I mean? That's the kind of the idea. Because what I've learned from this, from like a game development perspective, how do I put it? When you're a game developer, you have to have a very fast way to playtest new ideas. If you have to actually create everything from scratch by writing code in C or in Unity and compiling a version, you're screwed. It takes way, 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 way too long to develop that way, and you have to know exactly what you're doing, because for you to implement even a tiny little feature, you have to recompile the whole game and do all this other nonsense, and it just doesn't work. Like, the reason you can enjoy things on Enigma is because I can make a mechanic. Maybe it'll take me 2 weeks. Maybe. And then it can be iterated over and over and over again. Players can play it. I can witness them playing it. I can change the game within a day and update based on their feedback, you know? So I'm not saying I always notice every report or anything, but when I'm at my best, a player makes a feedback of a problem, and then I have it, like, patched in a day or two. Like, you can't do that if you develop the way Iron Gate does. It's literally impossible. That's what I'm saying. Like, Iron Gate, in order for them to actually develop quickly and effectively, they need an internal scripting system. So they don't have to reprogram Valheim to test new ideas. They can just make an adjusted server that has that adjusted thing through an easy-to-write script that took an hour to make. You see what I'm saying? Like, but they don't have that. It's like you're trying to dig holes, and you have a toothbrush, and someone else has an excavator. Yes, you could dig your hole with a toothbrush, but it's going to take a lot longer than somebody who has the proper tools. Make sense? And that for me is a big, big lesson, because I see that ultimately It's all about the speed of iteration. That's what matters. Because if the iterative speed is too low, you can't get good playtesting experience and you can't try new ideas very quickly. So it takes a long time. Whereas like something like Enigma, just the paving system for that has been reiterated. Technically, it's marked as 17 times, but that's only major reiterations. It's actually been reiterated hundreds of times. And that's why I can develop the way that I do. If you have an experience on Enigma and it feels polished, it's not because JP is a good scripter. It's because JP knows how to make a script, have people play on it, and polish it, and polish it, and redo it, and iterate it, and balance it. That's the key. It's not about me. It's about the system. Players playing, and then reacting quickly and reiterating. And again, I don't always do the best at that. Sometimes I'm working on this project, players find problems with that project, and I'm like distracted, right? I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but like just think about it. Like think about your experience you have if you play on this server, working with me, so to speak. I am one human, and I'm not even one human who does this for a job. I have to like run the server, also do a day job, and also make YouTube content, right? I still manage to keep this regularly updated and respond to a lot of players' things and do play testing, add new mechanics. Like, there's no reason they shouldn't be able to do that. I understand that there's reasons to describe why they can't, but those aren't really that valid from my perspective, because it's like, if you have a game and you don't take care of your players, yes, we can look into why you don't take care of your players. That's fine. But ultimately, you don't take care of your players. Like, it doesn't really matter why, because you're not taking care of your players. Make sense? So, like, that's kind of how I look at it. And, like, I've learned a lot. I'm learning so much from all of this. I absolutely am very grateful to have this experience. No doubt about it. I don't even know, like, I couldn't get a more perfect game development education, because normally if you go to school, you get lost in the technicalities and you don't learn enough about psychology. You don't learn how to manage players. You don't learn the fact that players don't read, except the players who love reading. But like you don't learn how to self-teach mechanics. You don't learn how to envision people like water flowing down a hill. You don't get the practical experience. You don't get the experience of like having to decide between listening to a player or not listening to them, because you often have to not listen to them. If you listen to every comment the players make, you will produce a game they don't want to play. So like, these are all the real details that go into game design. These are the challenging things. And that's why for me, like, I'm so happy doing this. I absolutely love it, because I can tell, like, I'm getting the experience that actually matters. This is stuff that will translate into the games that I make in the future. It will directly translate into them. And maybe even I'll work with people who I met in the Valheim scene who feel the same way I do. Because, like, I'm in a good position to network and meet very talented, skilled people, which is what I've been doing. I've been very lucky to be able to speak with people like Rakar and Dakar and Raka, Dakar, Yer. Like, being able to speak with Yer, that was so awesome for me. Like, it really, like, it helped me better understand, like, how his mind works. And now I understand that, like, for him, like, he's a very talented programmer, but his day job doesn't really challenge him anymore. But Valheim mod creation does, and working with Valheim and making his mods challenges him, and he loves it. That's why he's so diligent. That's why Yer has kept his mods updated for 4 years. Right? Like, he's one of the few mod creators who's been diligent the entire time and never stopped. as far as I know. Maybe there was like a month or two that was a lull, but he's so dedicated. And like for me, like meeting those people and interacting with them, it helps me better understand like what I want out of life and the world and what I want in video games. And if it wasn't for Valheim and all these experiences, I wouldn't know any of this stuff. Like, it's sort of like you get to see the problems, and then you can take the time to not make those same mistakes yourself, right? That's the idea. Will that actually work? I don't know, of course, you know. I need to get a bunch of money and get rich so I can pay people without having to earn any money from the game, you know? So, like, I'm not talking about stuff I'm going to be doing anytime soon. My, like, game development plan is very long term, and I won't enter unless I'm able to enter in a way where, like, the team can be fully paid for, like, 4 or 5 years and earn nothing, and it be totally fine. Like, completely fine. Not even something to worry about. Like, that was part of the plan. That's the kind of situation I would enter in. If that can't happen, I won't even bother. Like, because ultimately I'd be bottlenecked by the same money problems that produce the issues that Iron Gate has. So, like, it's important to not get egotistical and to understand that, like, you can think that you'll do something better than Iron Gate, but if you make the same mistakes Iron Gate made, like, you're gonna get the same output. It may look different, but it's gonna have problems, right? Hello, Hal. Welcome, welcome. I thought I'd come somewhere more peaceful where I can just kind of chill and farm resin from Grey Dwarves and get some wood. That's been the plan. So far, I have 10 resin. A whopping 10 resin. It'd be cool if there was some kind of burial chamber here or something, but I don't see anything. No, the Black Forest does go a little bit further, though. That's cool. Oh, man, the fortress is right there. That's so close. Whoa, a bear! Oh, God. I didn't see that bear at all. This bear. They're so destructive. Holy smokes. Well, I mean, it definitely feels like the bear doesn't get stuck in the woods. Holy crap. He's just farming everything. It's so funny. I guess I can just run around with the bear. Just gonna destroy a bunch of these trees and then I'll get resin. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe the bear is doing too much damage. Look out, Hal, there's falling trees. He just melts everything. Oh my god, so funny. I'm here for the Grey Dwarves, pretty much. We need to get a bunch of Grey Dwarves to spawn. Ow! Oh no, I aggroed Chard! Run! Run! There's a whole bunch of Chard from the fort. They're throwing rocks! Run! Oh god. I wish I had some the bear's gone. Oh no! Ah! Dude, look out, Hal! Look out! Run! Oh, it's so funny. It's like literally a little army is invading us. Oh god. I don't have a bubble. These things are scary. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh god. Don't do it! Whew. Ranged monsters. Ranged monsters aren't so bad. If you keep your eye on the ranged mob, it's not so bad. But the moment there's two of them, oof. Okay, okay, now there's just one. Alright, we did it. Hey, that was pretty good. I guess that's one way to get coins. Get charred bones. I guess it makes sense. The bear knocked down all those trees, and that made noise. Oh, now there's more bears. Wait, what kind of bear? Is that a... No, that's a bear, okay. Is it a starred bear? It looks kind of funny. Gonna put my stuff away real quick here. Well, it's honestly quite nice to not just get ganked by those freaking goblin shamans. Oh my god. Where'd that bear go? Ah, I see they're busy. Look at these logs. Oh man. Yeah, there we go. What I really want is grey dwarves. These are the things we need. The resin. I'm trying to get resin. I'm not trying to fight bears and chard. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I hear some arrows. I hear arrows. Yeah, there's an archer. It's pretty cool, actually, to be honest. I really like the charred monsters. You'd think they would be ridiculous, like taking them out of the ashlands, but as long as the circumstance is right. Ooh, that arrow! That was so close. Oh my gosh. Oh god. What was that? Oh, nope, didn't work. Watch out for that arrow. There's that charred archer, like, right there. There's 3 different factions of monsters. Oh no, 2 different factions of monsters fighting right now. The bear is just flattening everything. This is great. We're gonna get a bunch of wood this way. Okay, Mr. Charred Ooh, marksman. Why don't you shoot the bear? Go on, shoot the bear. You don't need to shoot me. Oh, nope. I actually, I feel it in my bones now. I'm starting to feel more in the character, if that makes sense. Like, I actually want to, like, progress and build a place. I just haven't gotten comfortable completely yet with how to go about doing that. Oh, hey, look, a spear. Flint spear! Oh, God! Wow, I don't know how that worked. Definitely getting lucky there. Frickin' charred marksman. It's pretty fun fighting one of these, actually, as an archer. Yeah, I get to use the terrain. Oof. As he clips through the terrain. Dude, hello. We've been doing great. Look at all this. We're still alive. We have some loot. There's 28 resin. That's a lot of resin. It's not really a lot, but hey. Plenty of wood, too. Yeah, we were kind of wood bottlenecked earlier. I always forget that the plains, it, like, doesn't have much, much loot in it. Or much wood in it. But that went well. That went really well. Alright, let's see. Is that Bear Dozer? Yeah, this is Bear Dozer Fire. Yeah, it is. Hello, Ping. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see. Yeah, I really love how the... Wait, what's mine? I don't remember what the flint spear does, actually. I think it's a healing spear, but because it's the flint one, I don't remember how strong it is. Maybe it's strong enough that the heal's still useful. Actually. Or maybe that's the one that restores some stamina as well. I'm not actually sure. Let's see. Gotta pick up all this wood and nonsense. I forgot to turn the keys on for regrowth after I did maintenance. Oy vey. I'll do that later. Yoo-hoo! Look at these can just roll around. Look at this. Look what the bear has done. Honestly, I kind of like that. It's like... It's always funny about stuff like that. Like, I know for some people it's like game breaking to have, you know, the bear just completely wreck trees. But as long as the trees grow back and the visuals aren't permanently messed up, it is really fun to be chased by a bear and it just tears through the forest, you know what I mean? Like, I find that thrilling. It's enjoyable. Oh, nope, missed. Oh, he got me with that rock. It always hurts. Can I survive? Yeah, I got a bubble. Eat my bubble. Nice, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Cool little spot. Got some more resources. We're gonna run out of space here. Gonna run out of room. Oh, I saw something about a sword. Okay, cool. Hal is going to repair. I'm sure I'll manage to not die in the time you go. What's that? I'm gonna shoot it. What is that thing? Is that a bear? I see something over there in the rain. Yeah, there we go. Was it a bear though? Nope. Whatever it was died. I guess it was a deer. Uh-oh. I'm glad this is finally working. It took me a long time to get the charred fortresses to actually reliably have monsters on the outside of the fort that would come and attack you. So I'm glad that that's actually happening now. Because before, because of the way the shield generator spawned, it would actually block monsters from spawning, which made the whole thing kind of problematic. So that's why I changed the shield generators so they don't turn on until the player goes there. Because that means that the monsters already showed up, so to speak. But you know what? This is definitely a multi-trip situation here. We got all this stuff. Ooh, nice! Look at this. Perfect. To be honest, what I need a bunch of Grey Dwarves because they're the better drop for resin. So... and you can just farm them with these fire arrows. So strong. Yeah, and they just run away. That's so funny. Come back! Oh, another bear? This is funny. I like how I can just run around here and then fight stuff, to be honest. This is kind of what I was talking about. I like fighting stuff in Valheim. I also rant, so I just needed to combine the two somehow. Now what, though? This is a little too much for me. Let's put the bow away and go back to this area. Because Mr. Bear will help us by destroying all of these logs. Actually, if I just stand here, Whoa, I never thought about that. Monsters can't walk on logs. So if you're standing on logs, you're probably... like, they can't reach you. I assume so. I guess I don't really know. Could just be a guess. Ah, yeah. Oh, yeah, the Twitcher's coming in. There we go. Twitcher's saving the day. I'm just gonna hide. Don't throw rocks at me. These guys remind me of those skeletons in Sea of Thieves. Just gonna hide here. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, alright. If he can get there, then the strong one can get there. Yeah, I guess it's funny. So, I know some people feel weird about monsters. I don't really, like... in my head, there's nothing wrong with, like, killing stuff by using monsters fighting each other. That's so I don't really feel the same way. Like, I don't feel that the player needs to kill monsters themselves for it to be valid. I think it's totally acceptable for the player to learn how to make monsters kill each other. Because it's not like you can just infinitely farm that. Like, you still have to know how to work within the constraints. Multiple monsters, like, cause problems, you know what I mean? So, like, I really love it. I'm probably not gonna mess with that too much. I might do the thing, though, where a Diverger reduces the amount of item drops because Diverger are so strong. Because in that case, I think it's a bit different. Because the Diverger won't hurt you, right? Whereas in this case, I have to balance between the Grey Dwarves, the Boar, or the Bear, and the Chard. All of those are trying to kill me. So I guess to be specific, I like monster versus monster combat when, like, everything's aggressive with me as well. That's when I feel like the world's more realistic. I definitely, in video games, I don't like it when you're, like, fighting 4 different monsters and they only care about fighting you. It makes it feel like it breaks my immersion. I don't know why. Maybe one of you has a theory about that. But for me, like, I need the monsters to fight each other. And then it feels like they're actually monsters. Whereas if they only fight me, I feel like I'm playing a video game. Like, it's just not the same. I don't know. Uh-oh. Look out, Hal. There's some Twitchers. The Twitchers are, like, the best and the worst. Yo, I just realized we're fighting stuff next to a charred fortress with the 2 of us here. Huh. Although you're doing the work. You got that badass sword. He just got... dude, he just got killed by a log. That was really funny. There's also this cultist. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. And there's a goblin too. Oh my god, we got goblins, we got a bear, there was a cultist, and Chard. Like, this is the kind of resource farm. We just keep doing this, we'll have a bunch of building material. What's going on? Oh. Damn. I looked off into the distance for a moment. Bad idea. Oh, that was so good though. Definitely happy about that. Yeah, so fire. I have a mechanic for regrowth, but in maintenance, I turned it off and then I forgot to turn it back on. So none of those trees are going to grow back. That's okay. Hey, my simple brain thing worked. Like, for some reason, when I see red arrow, I think food. But if I see a label food, I'm like, huh? What's the word? Food. It's like... the brain works so fast, or so slow, I guess, depending. I'm gonna take stuff to make another cart over there. I feel like that's a good idea. Because we already have a full cart worth of stuff. So... uh-oh. Alright. I see this. I see this nonsense. What's going on there? Okay. Alright, alright. Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Fishmonger. Oh, there's another fishmonger over here. That's cool. Yeah, so that's the Black Forest we've been in. Wow, I like almost feel tempted to make a boat or something, huh? Yeah, that's not a big deal. That stuff really doesn't matter. I'll be able to fix it really easily. Enigma has like built-in mechanisms, so if the path gets disconnected or broken, you like beat it. You go to a certain spot, and then it like recreates itself basically. So all right, sorry about that. So there's some stuff going on with Enigma. Basically, if there is a hole in the Enigma path, you can reactivate the production mechanism, and then it'll just like patch over the hole and recreate it. The problem though is that probably it won't work right now because I disabled path creation as part of the maintenance that I was doing, and I forgot to turn it back on. So probably it won't work. I guess I could fix that real quick. Oh. Nice. All right. Time to fill the second car. Hey, look at this. We're getting a bunch of resources. Yeah, I'll have to like I've gotten a better sense now of what's better to do off stream and what's better to do on stream. Because there's certain things that like show the progression and the character, and it's an adventure, and I can talk while I'm doing it, and it's fine. But like when it comes to like organizing inventory and loot and that kind of stuff, that's all stuff I should just do off stream so that we don't have to deal with it. But this area is awesome, to be honest. I mean, it's like constant Black Forest monsters here. And I ran out of fire arrows? Is that true? I ran out of stuff? I did. Wow, okay. And I can't make fire arrows, can I? Because fire arrows have to be a level... What is it, level 4? No. Level 2 workbench, is that right? Oh, nope, that's not gonna work. I guess we'll see. Maybe I'm tripping and it we'll be able to do it, but I don't think so. Yeah, I need level 2. We do have enough stuff for the arrows, but I have no way to make that level 2 bench. Yeah, I would need flint, and I don't have any right now, and there's no meadow near here, so I can just keep fighting these guys though. Oh no, I ran out of arrows. Okay, I see. I guess that means I don't really have an effective way to fight them. I'll go borrow some arrows from Hal's body. Maybe he has some arrows here. Oh, these twitchers. They're brutal. Oh, he barely has any arrows. I'll leave his arrows be then, and I'll just try and not get killed by the twitcher. I should just bring this cart back, actually, to be honest. I'll just do that. Yeah, when you empower the Fenring, it's a lot better. I think you'll be more satisfied by the combat then, because it won't the empowered Fenring doesn't make you like invincible, but it does make it so like you can survive a hit, especially if you have some health food as well. I think that'll work out well for you. Look, I love seeing these twitchers. There's just something about the way they like come over these rolling hills and you can hide in the hill to avoid their attacks. Like, I think it's really interesting. Hal, I don't have any arrows or like any way realistically to fight right now. So I'm just running around, just so you know, collecting this loot. And then I'll try and get that cart over there. God mode or fly? I don't have ghost or god mode or fly. I have to fix that. I wonder why it says that. It's based on the altitude check, so for some reason it thinks I'm like high up in the air or something. I definitely don't have ghost or god mode on, I know that. Alright, we got 300 pounds already. And my goal here is to just fill this cart. Hey, don't destroy my cart. I need that for later. I love those. See, there's something about a projectile like whizzing past your head, and then your soul's like, oh gosh, that could have killed me. Oh gosh, that could have killed me. There's that moment, you know, it's like, I love it. Really love it. I also love the smell of rain. It's raining here. Not too strong though. So probably the stream's fine. I'm also really happy actually that the stream, like I've been able to live stream. That's really cool. I definitely thought I just couldn't do that, but this internet's been awesome. Like it works great. Hey, you barely have any health, Mr. Summon Twitcher. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh gosh, bad spot. Feel like he could be killed by a log. I just have to get the log to like roll into him. Hiya! Hiya! Nah, it didn't work. Oh no. Hey! Oh, hey, Ken, did you... I don't know if you're listening, but I spent a while, like, working on that mountain pass to try and reduce the lag. So hopefully it should be better. I did, like, everything I knew how to do. And I got rid of loads and loads and loads and loads of rocks. So hopefully it'll be alright. Because the mountain ravines, like, they don't need to be... There's no... As long as the terrain thing isn't what's actually causing the lag, and I don't think it is, then most likely the lag in the mountain ravines comes from the fact that I overspawned rocks. So there's like 600 mountain rocks, and there only need to be like, I don't know, like 30 or 60 or something like that. So basically what I did is I went through and I just deleted loads and 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 loads of them. And I can see why, because that place is really cool. Like, I see why you guys like that spot. Because you can just kind of build in a cave, and then you can kind of explore and do stuff like in the mountain, or you can go to the Mistlands, and like you can even make little like areas to get up into the cave. It's really cool. Definitely see why you guys like it. I haven't really shown the caves off that much, but maybe we'll do that at some point. Look at those great orbs. Just ganging up on that guy. Hey, you grabbed the cart. Nice. Awesome. Yeah, now these are both full. Look at this. We got loads of resources. Fantastic. Oh, this is actually the same side as the existing cart path, isn't it? I didn't even think about that. Yeah, Konar's thing is right there. Konar. I wonder if anyone's encountered her mechanic. Konar has a bunch of like behavioral scripts. So if certain things happen, she'll like respond or do certain things. I figured it was inevitable that the players are gonna push her out, because that's the kind of thing people do, right? They want to like mess around, so they see that she's up there. So what if you just throw her out of the thing? It's kind of funny, right? So if you do that, she then runs around and like slaughters a bunch of stuff on the ground and then just goes home. So, cause like she's a slayer master, right? How there is a goblin shaman hilariously running towards you. I saw him run up the staircase and then saw his little thing go all the way over there. Really funny. We definitely need a staircase. That's what we need. Yeah, just for this part right here. Did you get him? Where'd that guy go? I feel odd, like I've been alive for such a long time. It's kind of weird. Just gonna roll with it. Ah, there he is. There's that bastard. I don't have any way to fight. That's right. Need to take all the resin so I can actually make some stuff here. Now, I don't know how wise it is for me to make a wooden path, but I'm just gonna make a wooden path like this. Oh yeah, it won't matter because... Yeah, it won't matter. Awesome. That's great. It won't matter because the enemy's pathfinding won't go all the way down, so... Should work. Yeah, now I should just be able to take these carts. You got that one there. We should just be able to cart up on here. And then... I'll probably regret this, but I'll just do it like this. How do I get the cart to be able to go up both sides? Yeah, maybe that'll work. There's already goblins on the path, so I guess it doesn't really matter if there's a stair there that allows goblins to... Look at him! I love seeing the monsters like going down as if they got something to do, you know what I mean? Uh-oh, uh-oh. I don't know why I thought that would go differently. I needed the cart to be on the path. That's what I needed. Oh man. Oh, have a good one. Have a good one, Fire. I hope you enjoy. Hello, Fahad Ali. Welcome, welcome. He says, oh, wait, is this Alex? Welcome, if that is you. If things respawn, I wonder how you stop goblin towers from respawning if they're near your base. What registers as a player base? A workbench? Well, yeah, so... Okay, how do I put this? If you think about vanilla, then you can stop things from spawning. In Enigma... You don't really stop the things from spawning. You're never really safe. You can't actually stop monsters from spawning in the same way. You can reduce them, so less of them spawn. But in your case, for example, you're talking about the Goblin Tower. And the Goblin Tower is a force respawned location, I believe. So that means it'll reset once a week, and if you build something there, it'll reset it. So I actually don't have a way for you as a player to stop that. But I can remove the registry of that tower so it stops respawning. Or an admin if you're... I don't know if you're Alex on this server or if you're somewhere else. Because you asked a similar question to what Alex asked. So I'm assuming you're Alex who plays on this server. In which case you just need to tell me where it is and I can remove it. Or I can make it so it's inert. It stops respawning. Make sense? But if not, that'd be something, or if you're not on the server, then that's something you do. Basically, you go, you use Enigma, or you use Upgrade World mod, you log into your world, you find the spot, and then you're like, location, remove, Goblin Tower, whatever, Goblin, or no, it's not Goblin Tower, I think it's like Stone Tower 3, something like that. And then you remove that from the zone, but you might not know the commands, so in that case you would go locations list zone, and then it would tell you the name, and then you're like locations remove location name zone, and then it would remove that location, and then it won't respawn anymore. So actually this is what you should do, Alex. Just do say report and then write like please remove this tower. So just that'll tell me exactly where to go, because basically when I do maintenance now, I just search for the player reports and then I deal with them. So that's the best way to do it. You can just do it like this. If you haven't used the feature, you go say report like that. Here you go. Nice. Awesome. Okay, cool. So that's good. Nice. Yeah, I gotta say, all of that dying to the goblins, starting to feel better about this here. So far, because I've been playing, right? And while I play, I think about kind of things I like or things that I feel are working right or things that aren't working. And to be honest, so far, the only thing I really feel like I don't like, because I mean I'm having fun, I really enjoy this, but the one thing I don't really like is that I feel like there needs to be a more clear sense of identity for the drops. It's like too many different things drop in. No, so like the global loot table is always going to be like that. There's going to be a bunch of stuff, random things that show up. That's fine. That actually doesn't trigger that much. What I'm talking more about is like when you kill stuff in the plains, I want the player to get metal and woods in these things, but then they get bronze scrap, copper scrap, black metal scrap, iron scrap. They get like everything, right? And tin. I don't really like that because it doesn't feel like what I want is for like the biomes to have kind of a sense of identity. So like you can progress in the biome, but when you build in that biome, it's going to have kind of a certain look because in that biome, this metal's common, that wood's common, and that stone is common. Whereas in another biome, it's different. Makes sense? So I think probably what I'll do is I'll reduce the metal kinds that can drop, because ultimately it doesn't make sense that they can drop iron because they drop black metal and that's tradable for iron at half. And the tin ore was originally added because tin wasn't in the Black Forest in the first version of this. It was only in dungeons, but then I got rid of that. So I don't know, to be honest. I don't whoa, 50 fine wood. Where did I get 50 fine wood? Oh no, it was just from picking up the chest. I see. Dang, this chest is heavy. This cart is heavy. Cool. Nice. Look at that. Just tiny, tiny little. Like how if you have a heavy cart, if you go like diagonally, the cart handle steers much better. Pretty cool though. It's funny actually. There was one point in time that I was like, I wonder how we could make Valheim use more carts. Like, how do we encourage players to use more carts? And then I completely forgot about that. And now, look at us. Look what we do. We use carts constantly on Enigma. So in that way, it worked really well. It definitely gets people to use carts, doesn't it? I love the cart, to be honest. It's one of my favorite things in Valheim. Like, I know that it's, like, simple, but I really enjoy the carts. I think they're a fun thing. And I think that's, like, maybe, like, one of the things that Iron Gate's kind of right about is that, like, having a constrained inventory makes a cart more useful. But you have freaking portals. Like, come on. It just invalidates the cart completely. So, I don't know. It's like, it's funny. Sometimes one can make an argument, but then, like, if you apply the same logic elsewhere, you find contradiction everywhere, right? That tends to be how it works. Yo, 1,000 wood. This is working out. Yeah, so if you can't really tell, what I'm trying to do is pretty much just, like, keep stockpiling and acquiring resources in one spot over and over and over again, and keep doing that until we accumulate a bunch of stuff, and then use that as, like, a starting point to do something. To do what? I don't know. But something. So first we need all the wood. I guess I can take all this other stuff too. Oh, we even got coal from this method. That's funny. Got a little bit of ancient bark too. That's nice. That's nice. Can I smelt anything? Yeah, two things. Okay. Now let's put our ores away. Oh no, I don't have ore. I have stone and wood. I guess this can be stone. No. Nice. Stone. Okay, and then this one's gonna be wood. I wish there was a deposit all button. Like the opposite of this take all button. Oh, that's what this is, sort of. Yeah, that's right. Okay, never mind. It does that, but only if you have the stacks already. That works, actually. I should use that button more. Alright, cool, cool. That's good. Nice, we got a good amount of wood. Definitely get more arrows. So could make a bunch of needle arrows. Whoa, ran out of needles? That's shocking. I feel like there's probably a bunch of needles somewhere though. Mwahahaha. Hey, I can make the Horn of Celebration. Funny. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Haha. Alex says, one interesting thing happened was I was already building with tar wood, and Enigma gave me tar after I killed some enemies. Yeah, that's the idea, is like everything you do results in you getting building materials. That's like, that's the idea. And the more we incentivize people to build, because, like, I have this notion that building is, like, a really, really, really awesome part of Valheim, and people, like, feel like they aren't a builder. So I have a feeling, just to go back to all that stuff I was talking about earlier, that if I play my cards right and I make Enigma into something that, like, teaches you how to build, and Dakar and I are working on that, so I think we'll be able to make it happen. Basically there'll be locations that you find, and there's like puzzles, building puzzles in the locations, and some of them are really simple and some of them are more advanced. That's going to be the idea, to like help encourage new people who are like exploring and they find something to kind of Just get them started a little bit. But that alone won't be enough. We need, like, everything. We need all the systems that encourage building. We need lots of building materials. I forgot my cart. Thank you, Hal. I'm glad you had the sense to bring your cart, because that reminded me that I need to get it. Nice. Nah, an empty cart. So much lighter. Wow. Alright. And that's why for the loot system, I'm not really worried about making that like only spawn certain things, because the glory of the global loot system is it makes crazy things happen. And like sometimes you're killing something and you get the exact item you thought you needed and that kind of thing. Like it makes that all possible. So that's definitely, yeah, I'm not gonna get rid of that. But when it comes to some of the extra loot, like the extra loot from the goblins and the plains, I think probably I can make it more specific. Because I've noticed that if things need to have like a feel, they need to have kind of an identity. And if you drop just 2 or 3 kinds, that might work. That might work. But if you don't, or sorry, if like let's say there's like 5 different kinds of loot that drop somewhere, it doesn't have a strong sense of identity. But if there's primarily 2 different kinds of loot that drop there, the sense of identity is stronger. It's like the more different possibilities, the more it gets a bit diluted. So I feel like the plains experience right now, the variety of the drops from goblins is a little bit too diluted. I like there being extra metals, like bronze, maybe bronze scrap, but I don't know if copper scrap is necessary, and I don't think the tin ore is necessary in these things. A little bit of silver and flame metal every now and then I think is good. That works out well. Because the idea with the flame metal is like, it's not enough for you to build flame metal weaponry or anything, but over time you get enough to make some of the like kitchen upgrades and that kind of thing. That's why it's kind of hard to balance, because on one hand, I want each place to have a strong sense of identity, right? Like, you get these drops in the plains, you get these drops in the Black Forest, so that buildings in those areas have a certain look, you know? But at the same time, I want to make sure that an area, you can just go there and kill stuff, and you play that way, you know? So it's a balancing act, because one begets the other, right? Let's see, I'm gonna fight this bear. I really like the bears. I guess I adjusted the bears, though. I don't know what a vanilla bear is like. I made them have more health. And also, Raka made this really funny script that makes the bear just completely wreck the trees. Kind of like the Lox does, except more intense. And I enjoy it. It makes the bear feel hulking and powerful. Like, especially when it does that attack. It works great. I'm happy with it. At first I thought the bear looked a bit weird, because it looks like a zombie. But I like it. I think it suits Valheim. Uh-oh. Ow. Gonna shoot me? Ah, it's so nice to be able to actually fight things. These needle arrows are really good. I'm happy with them. Sometimes I have this mentality that, like, if it's not a palm mechanic, it's weak, but needle arrows are nice and strong. They're strong enough that now I feel motivated to shoot Deathsquito, whereas before I was ignoring the needles. How is bear meat as a food? I haven't tried that yet. I haven't made it. Oops. You do so much more damage. I was like shooting him for like 20. Hey, look at that. Here, you deserve this. Oh, you got a bunch of friends. Okay. Back to fighting goblins, I see. Nope. Not anymore. We were doing so well, too. I'm just gonna bring these goblins over here. Hey, a forest pack leader. Why are you on such low health? Oof. Uh-oh. Brutal. Nope, no luck. There's something about the rolling hills. Yeah, I love fighting on all these different slopes and terrain here. It's really awesome. Alright, Mr. Fueling. You wanna go? And I will actually go get a knife at some point. I just don't know. I haven't made my mind up on which one to go for. I really do like the Abyssal Dagger is like one of my favorite weapons, definitely. But I need to think about empowering, so spear, Gobbo. You got killed by a spear, I think. Or at least that's what I saw, Hal. There were some goblins, and one of them had a spear, and it popped you. Those bastards. There were 3 goblins there, actually. Now they're all fine, though. No goblins anymore. Oh, no, there's still one. Never mind. Yeah, I'm avenging all of my past deaths. These Grey Dwarf brutes are like the enemy on the beginning of Enigma. You just find those brutes and they just gank you until you have fire arrows or something stronger. How did that goblin die? Are you here? Did you shoot that goblin? I just saw him die. Like, did that Grey Dwarf rock kill him? I guess it could have. Possible. We got a bear trophy, by the way. Yeah. You deserve this, Hal. Put it on your body. You killed that bear. Bum, 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 bum. There you go. No, you killed the bear. I saw it. I just came over and then took the trophy that it dropped. Hey, we got the wolf spawn. That's funny. I love it. It's crazy how well monsters spawn. And now we've just like farmed all the trees because of the bears. I need to turn regrowth back on. I'll probably like reset this area afterwards. Deal with that later. Uh-oh. Oh god. I used to not be interested in Grey Dwarfs, but now like I want the resin because fire arrows are so strong that I need them, you know? And I can feel it. This is when you give items uses, like you can tell the difference, you know what I mean? And I can tell now because I actually want to find resin. Like that's a new experience for me normally. Nice. Yeah, and this is perfect because now there's all these trees, so we can just keep farming all of these Grey Dwarfs. Oh, I missed. Another bear. Bear are pretty common here. Wolf trophy. Just shooting into the massive enemies. The good thing I can't hurt Hal with my regular arrows. Uh-oh. It's just like an infinite enemy farm. It's funny. I love seeing the Grey Dwarves walk over here from far away. It's incredibly satisfying for some reason. Nice. Look at all this. Got plenty of wood. Oh. One more. Nice. Ah. I don't know why I do that. I always waste arrows trying to shoot the goblin when, like, I know I'm not going to make the shot. Bad idea. Why are you swimming away from me? That's such a bad idea, Mr. Goblin. Funny, funny, funny. Alright. Let's see. I'm like having fun. I'm getting lost. Oh, man. Oh, Alex, did you fight the bear in vanilla? Vanilla bear, also a nightmare. What was the vanilla bear like? So they're strong in vanilla? I don't actually know what they're like. I don't know how. Whoa, there's a whole pack of these guys. Okay, okay, calm down. I was just trying to take your trees. I like how they congregate together, and then I don't miss as much because I just shoot the writhing mass of Grey Dwarves. Uh-oh. So satisfying actually being able to fight stuff compared to the beginning is always like, oh, it's such a toll because you just get ganked by everything. But then once you get used to it, you get some better equipment, maybe a better weapon. Gets a lot more manageable. Although I'm like proud that I'm fighting Grey Dwarves. Like, it's pretty funny. Oh man. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, oh, oh. This would be perfect fire arrow time. But... oof. Oh, look at all that resin. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. Yeah, look at that. All these starred Grey Dwarves. They're gonna give us all the resin. Yeah. Oh, I missed. Haha. Hey. Nice. Oh. I'm seeing some Slayer debug messages I must have forgotten to remove. Oh. Hiya! I guess I didn't need to aggro that troll. This is a great spot for getting Black Forest resources. Pretty awesome. I finally feel like I can actually fight things with this bow. Not even one of the good ones. I'll get an Ash Fang at some point. I really like that thing. Oh god. I have so much health. Wow. Oh. Alright. I think after this group, I'll head back with the cart. So it looks like we can just infinitely fight things by staying here. But I think probably we're good now. Got loads of resin. Well, I don't know about loads, but enough. More than nothing. My bow skill's gone a lot better too. Hooray! Getting lucky with these shots. Where did the carts go? Yeah, I was trying to take them back. Wait, where did the carts go? They were here, right? Am I tripping? There's some weird stuff that happens with carts where they like yeet into oblivion and then they come back. I've still not figured out what that's about. Where did our carts go? I swear we brought one. We each brought a cart, right? Am I tripping? I swear we had a cart. Huh. Where? Whoa! A chaos bunny! Ha! Oh, that's hilarious. I was not expecting that. Oh my god. A chaos bunny being chased by a wolf, and then I blew up from the chaos bunny. That was pretty funny. What on earth? Oh no! Oh, that's something else right there. I have no idea. Oh, the bunny's alive! You gotta kill the chaos bunny. Kill the chaos bunny. Gonna blow everything up. Don't ask about it. Just get rid of it. Oh, there's our carts! The chaos bunny! It has our carts! They're in the water! Well, now you've seen a chaos bunny. That was a great, actually, intro to them, because I didn't even see it spawn. I just saw a wolf chasing a bunny, and I was like, what? And then I realized how much danger I was in. That was like one of the first scripts. Oh my god. Alright. At least we found our carts, though. That's great. Okay, I'm gonna get some more. I'm just gonna grab the rest of this random nonsense over here. Nice, nice. Get some more wood. Get some deer meat, or deer hide. I guess we do need deer hide, right? Nice, 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 nice. Alright. Looking good. That bunny almost blew up the whole tower. Oh, that's funny. Alright, alright, here we go. Our carts are fused. Alright. How do we do this? You got that cart? Oh. Oh, I got it. Okay, apparently I caught it. That was pretty funny. I actually thought that the carts were completely deleted. And then that chaos bunny thing happened. And the chaos bunny showed us where the carts are. So it all worked out. That cart looks a bit problematic, but yeah, I mean, this is doable. This is doable. Ah, I see. So you're saying the vanilla, yeah, because the vanilla bear, I think it also spawns in the meadow, right? I feel like it does spawn in the meadow, just not as common. So I took the bear, and I was like, okay, what did they do? Okay, it's in the Black Forest and in the meadow, and then I put it everywhere else. So there's also bears in the swamp in Enigma. And Vile. Woo! Yeah, we got loads of resources now. Uh-oh. Don't do it! Oh no. Desquito drive by. Uh-oh. Oof, I got lucky. Oof. I kind of feel like there's a bunch of loot on that path as well, like a bunch of needles and that kind of thing, which might be useful. I guess we'll see though. Go right up here. Definitely using a normal cart is making me want an ultra cart. Oh, no, now I'm dead. Alright, well. Why do I always die as soon as I get on the path? Am I gonna die? Yeah, I'm gonna die. Yep, I'm gonna die. Yep, I died. That was anticlimactic. Yeah, so the bear can spawn in the meadows, but it's rare, if I remember right. Actually, maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe that's not even true. I feel like they can spawn very occasionally in the meadows. Let's see though. Oh, what happened? Where are the beehives now, I wonder? I don't even remember. There were some beehives here, but they're now somewhere else. And I see the message, so they must be there somewhere. I keep seeing them get stronger. Alright, cool. So that was... Oh yeah, it died right over here. Nice, 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 nice. Alright. Got my items. Just need the cart. Yeah. Awesome. Good stuff, good stuff. Look at those, all those trees there now. I guess someone planted some oak trees. It's cool. Bum 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 bum. Here we go. I like how the carts just like plop in this this little stair thing. It's pretty funny. Alright, so I'm gonna go over here. I guess I can... Oh, hey, literally the thing I was explaining. That's really funny. Did you see that earlier? I explained how each chunk times what's left is what you can overfill. There's one player behind me. There were 4 spots left, but it put in 8. I don't know if you noticed that, but that's literally the multiplayer Valheim chunk problem manifesting itself right in front of us. Overfill. The origins of overfill. I guess overfill is the best part of the multiplayer chunk issue. It's like the only positive thing. Alright, we got wood. Got some stone here. Nice, 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 nice. Oh. Ah, yes, that's right, that's right. I have no stamina. Oh, wait, wait, what am I doing? I could just drink a potion. Potion. Oh. Hey, that's where those fire arrows went. Just buried them in there for some reason. Put the rest of the wood in here. Hey, look at this. We have a full chest of wood now. Fantastic. We even got some grouston and some other stuff. Good times. Nice, nice. All right. Bum, 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 bum. Nice. All right. So I guess the nonsense chest can hold all of the other crap. And wood, arrows, metal, and stone is what I'll care about. Everything else I'm just going to toss in the nonsense chest. So arrows will go here. And then metal will go in the previous one. Everything else goes in the nonsense. Okay. Here we go. Metals and ores. This. Then we have our wood over here. Throw the root in there. Nice. Good stuff. Okay. Now I just take all this. Bum, 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 bum. And then this goes in the nonsense. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Okay. So I could do place stacks. I need to use these little features more. They're nice, to be honest. They're nice. Okay, so what are we looking at here? What is this? Oh, a Vile trophy. I see, I see. Got... Yay, we have a lot of Surtling cores. That's nice. We have 20. I don't know where those came from, but I'm not complaining. Got some silver. Let's see. And then all of this equipment. Awesome. Okay. So what... trying to think of what kinds of things. Like something I want to do this. Oh my god, I can make a silver knife. Oh! I know what weapon I want to use now. Yep, 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 yep. Do you want a silver knife, Hal? I think we have enough silver ore for 2 silver knives. Not quite yet, but soon. Oh, wait, there's a dungeon in the Black Forest? I didn't know there was one near here. Huh, that's awesome. Let's see. Okay, so silver-wise, yeah, we just need 3 more silver, and then... Nice, nice. All right, that's good. Oh, I'm so hyped to have a proper weapon. Definitely, definitely, definitely gonna make this silver knife. It's so good against undead enemies too, like so good. I think it's funny, I've said like a couple times that the path thing is sort of disabled at the moment. So like you guys can try and fix it, but there's literally like parts of it that won't work because I disabled them earlier when I was doing maintenance, and then I forgot to turn them back on. So don't worry too much about it. Although I guess you kind of, if you get stuck, you get stuck. It is what it is. I guess I can finish up I could just do the maintenance stuff on stream at the end, actually. I could do that now. Just give me a moment, actually. I want to make this silver knife. Where is it? Silver knife. One silver knife. All right. Okay. That's good. Here, where's Hal? Where are you? There you are. I have a gift for you. It's your undead bane. It's so good against undead mobs. Like, so good against them. And I also have one. Well, not yet, but I'm about to have one. I just need one more silver ore. One more silver ore. I feel like I saw some. But where? There's some tin. Was it in this thing? Maybe it was in this thing. Yeah, here it is, the 4 silver ore. Nice. Oh, and there's all this I need to organize as well. Okay. Take out all the wood. So I'm just going to take all the wood and all the stone and all the metal. And then I'm going to put those in those other chests. Everything else, I'll just let it accumulate in the nonsense chests. But it looks like we have a solid amount. Yeah, we've got a solid amount of stuff here. Bum, 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 bum. Nice. Okay. Good. I guess I can start smelting this then. La la la. Nice. Yeah, we had exactly enough for 2 silver knives. That's gonna make fighting undead so much easier. You can like just wreck burial chambers with a silver weapon. It's kind of nonsense. So if you have a silver knife, the burial chambers are like a really good source of money. Sometimes it's a bit tricky, but it's because the silver arrows, the silver makes the AoE happen, and the burial chambers, most of the monsters are undead, so they get really wrecked by the AoE. Really wrecked. Alright. Bum 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 bum. Now wood. Stone. Metal. Yeah, we got way more stuff now. Oh, that's right, because you farmed some resources and brought them back here, didn't you? Hal, I remember you mentioned that now. The bear paws say, sharp claws suitable for picking berries or for dismembering. I like the little humor that Irongate puts in their little tool tips. I get a kick out of them, to be honest. Bum bum bum. Alright, more wood. Yeah, we have loads of stuff. Holy smokes. This place is coming along. Might be able to build, like, a kind of cool place. At some point, I want to do something where I actually, like, make a little plan and take some time and build. Maybe that's what I'll do next week. Could just build next week. We'll see, though. I always feel like, oh, we got loads of resources. It's gonna be fine. And then I start building for like 10 minutes and I run out of everything. We'll see what happens this time, though. We'll see. Alright, this looks like it's most of the wood that we need. Yeah. And all this stuff. Don't even really need to sort it that much. It's not that important, but just gonna take this up here. What we actually will need, though, is another chest. Yeah, definitely gonna need another one. And then here, probably just gonna end up being more wood, but whatever. Bum 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 bum. Ha. Lucky offer. That's a great offer. 4 metal scrap for 450 fine wood. Yeah, that means you got like one of the lowest possible rolls. Because every offer, it has like a base value. And it can then be adjusted. It's the same as the Slayer system, actually. Like in Slayer, every task has a base value. So it might be like 40 of these monsters. But then there's also these extra things. There's these like variants that make it so that you have to kill less or more monsters. So it's pretty similar to that system, actually. Why did I do it this way? Ah, whatever. I'm not even trying to be that organized right now. I'm just trying to make sure that the building materials are in one place. And then I can get kind of a sense of what to do. But I'll work on that stuff off stream later. What I'm doing now is I'm going here, and I'll just put these things away and make a silver knife. And then I'll log on to Obrigri Jarl, and I'll look at those reports you guys just made and fix those paths, reset the keys, and then I'll be done. But I guess I have to do maintenance stuff anyway, so I may as well do it on stream. Why not? Maybe some of you will learn something. Bum 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 bum. Now, stone? Yeah, nice. Nice, nice, nice. I keep thinking... Yeah, I keep thinking the charred bone is ash wood. It's pretty funny. Where is it? Ah, here we go. Good. Wait, why do I have two? Ah, this stuff. Alright. Fine wood. Stone. Stone's here. Yeah, there we go. Nice, nice, nice. Nice, 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 nice. Alright. Last batch, I swear. There we go. And there's the last of the silver that we need. Hallelujah. Yeah, honestly, motor steers are like they're like the biggest building gatekeeping piece. Because once you have the motors tiers, you can do so much more. Like you can make the oven, all the other crafting stuff, all the other things, right? Whereas if you don't have the motors tiers, can't really do much. Nah, I'm not taking anything on the OJ character. I'm not doing anything to make getting anything faster. Another player could do that. That would be fine. But I'm not going to. What I'm going to do is make the silver knife, log on to OJ, and then I'll do the dev stuff. But give me a moment. Where? Ah, no, right here. It should be good. Boom. What is this iron brooch? Increased armor and a quick burst of health regeneration. Interesting. I haven't actually tried any of the trinkets yet, so that's a whole world I gotta get into and use them. Alright, so can I make like a second forge? Kinda makes more sense for it to be here, to be honest. Let's see. Needs a roof. Oh, okay, yeah, that's not a roof. Fair enough. I realize I never made the roof. I was like, what do you mean? There's a roof here? This doesn't really count. Can I do it this way? I don't remember how these work. Oh, no, you can't do it that way. That's right. Yeah, I remember how this works now. It's very confusing. Gonna go there. What? 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 I was trying to see. Ah, Odin. Odin's a bastard, I swear. Now I can't see at all. It'll go away soon, though. It's okay. Alright, I guess I'm not crafting this here. Bum 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 bum. Alright, where's this? I need this silver. Here it is. There's some silver. And then all this other stuff. Okay. What do I need to make the silver knife again? Let's see. Bum-ba-dum. Other stuff for the butcher knife. Not what I want to make. What I want to make is the silver knife. Where's the stuff for it? Ah, here we go. Oh, leather scraps. I don't have 3 leather scraps, really? I guess that makes sense. Yeah, there's only 1. I see, I see. It's fine. I'll deal with that later. Alright, dev time. Time to get on OJ. Mwahaha. Alright. Hooray! Okay, now it's time to do development stuff real quick. Well, not development. What's this called? Maintenance, I guess. So I turn on Devcommands, turn on upgrade world, ESP, all of the game breaking stuff here. Okay. Hello everybody, by the way. Welcome, Christy. I didn't see your comment there. Hello, hello. Hello, teens. I hope you're all doing well. Oh, well, good night, teens, rather. Okay. Do this. Now I'm in dev mode. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Now I need to find these reports that people have been talking about. Whoa, I got a bunch of Discord notifications. Okay, okay. Alright, I'm going to ignore all that for right now. I just need to look at the server chat and search for report. Okay, let's see. Star. Showed something over here. Bada-bada-boom. T hits the spot. Love it. All right. Oops, sorry. Okay. I'm over here in the... Why does that fort keep coming back? I swear, I don't understand this sometimes. I have removed this damn fort. And then for some reason, it respawns. It's like a perma fort. I don't know what's up with this. Locations, list, zone. Okay. Location. Remove, charred fortress, zone, force, start. Okay? Okay, got rid of the charred fortress. Okay, this is what I did last time. You see me getting rid of this thing, right? Like, it's not here anymore. You can see that. And then I do this. But I did this earlier. Why didn't it stick? Gosh. Yeah, I don't know how, I don't know. Like, that sounds, this is how it's supposed to work. You, like, do locations, list, zone. There's no locations here, so it should be fine. But for some reason, it, like, doesn't work that way all the time. Oh, sorry, I just made it laggy. It'll be fine, though. It's not gonna actually, kick you guys, I hope. It's just because I ran the world clean command, so it'll always get a bit laggy for a little bit. Yeah. And then if I look in, yeah, see, because it's like, removing some duplicates. Yeah, not bad. Okay, now, I hope this stays gone. Lord Rito just chilling there. It's funny. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, there we go. This is ready for ping. Throw his things at these forts. Alright, that looks good. Time for the next one. Okay. Bada 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 boom. Alrighty. So now what I need to do is I need to fix the Enigma paths because I accidentally turned off all the keys for them. So basically, set key, block, oh no, remove key, block, Enigma repair. Is that how it worked? I feel like that's not the right one. No, that's not the right one. What is it? Enigma repair blocker? One second. Let me search for it real quick. It is Enigma block. Oh yeah, block Enigma repair, block Enigma healing. That's what it is. Block Enigma. Yeah, block Enigma healing and block Enigma paving. Yeah, okay. Remove key, block Enigma healing. Boom. Remove key, block Enigma paving. Boom. Nice. There we go. Okay. Yeah, now there's this double thing here. How far did it double? Not very. That's okay. Okay, so I actually have to block the healing and then do this real quick. So normally this doesn't happen. The reason it happened is because... Let me just see where this duplicates again. Probably right. Oh, what am I doing? Wrong command. The reason this happened is because healing was turned off by mistake because of my dev stuff. So... Oh, no, I have to disable it. Set key. Block Enigma healing. There we go. So now I can get rid of it. Yeah, see how I got rid of it and nothing happens? So that's how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to recreate itself if you get rid of it. That way, when you reset locations, like that goblin camp, it's all good. Unfortunately, I completely forgot to turn the healing back on. So, the end result is a bunch of stuff here. Yeah, and I'm glad it didn't work, because there's certain ways you have to do the path repair process, and if you do it wrong, then it'll cause problems. So it's better to just let me do it, to be honest. Unless you're doing it in single player, then obviously you don't have a choice. But, here we go. Now we're going to unblock healing. So now healing is back on. All I need to do is go right here, stand exactly in the right spot, make sure I don't have ghost mode on. And now I say, repair Enigma. Badoom! Now, I don't know if this is gonna meet in the right spot. So I might have to fix it a little bit more to make sure that it does. But... let's see. If you're lucky, it just like meets itself and then it ends. But sometimes, like I was saying, the paving ends up being different, right? And so you end up with this sort of thing. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot I can do about it in this case, though. Yeah, to be honest, I think I'll just have to have it be like that. So I could try and do it more, but... I don't know. I gotta think about this for a second. Alright, stop bothering me. Leave me alone. Yeah, so much easier. Okay. Maybe if I get lucky. Yeah, I have an idea. Okay. Sometimes you can just keep kind of redoing it. But that's why it's much better that the healing is never turned off. That's why I messed up in the first place. Because the repair process works best in a flat area because it's more likely that it's going to do the same thing. But you end up with this kind of issue. So, we'll see. We'll see. Bum-ba-dum. Alright. Now I'm just going to restart this process. Now you really don't want it to redo anything in the mountain area, to be honest. So like, I'm already in the mountain biome. Oh, there you are. I didn't know you were there. Alright. Now I have no idea if this is going to... Here, let's clear this a little bit. Ah, yeah, I didn't think about that. Okay. Yeah, if the terrain got changed at all, then it won't work. So, here we go. What I'm gonna do this time is I'm gonna start it from, like, further away, and then I'll just hope for the best. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I'll have to just, like, manually build something on it, to be honest. I'm not too worried about it, though. Ah, yeah, we might be lucky here, because it goes down a little bit right there. Yeah, generally, when you do the path repair, you have to disassemble the path so that it's, like, in a flat area like this. And then it'll work better. But in this case, like, probably this path was placed when I had a different formula for determining height. So now that it runs, it might just never get back to the same place. And that's okay, because it'll stop ending. It'll stop itself anyway. But just something... Oh yeah, it's a normal command. That's right. Yeah, we'll have to see how it works now. Because now, if you're noticing, like before, it was more straight. Whereas now, basically, when this was originally made, it wasn't working properly. So, the last time, I fixed the logic, and then the path was working properly. But it working properly means it would place the path in a slightly different outcome, right? So maybe we'll just get lucky this time and it'll work, but I'm not expecting anything. And I'm just going to manually make things line up this time. Yeah, as you can see here, it just kind of stopped, right? That's fine. That's fine. And normally that wouldn't happen. It's just because, like, Path of Magic is like a Frankenstein world. So I have to deal with the fact that, like, it's from older times where scripts were worse and I had to update them. Makes sense? So here what we're going to do is, this is a normal command anyone can use. It's a terrain fix. So if you, no, it's fix terrain, sorry. Fix terrain. As long as you're on the path, you can use this command as a player, and it allows you to clear this kind of terrain like this, right? And this is a lot easier than you, like, manually moving stuff yourself. So pretty much we can see here what needs to happen. And I'm being ganked. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Alright. Now probably, yeah, here the problem is I don't have Gizmo enabled. I guess I have to do that. Yeah, you can imagine how, like, maintenance, that's one thing I don't know if people realize, like, how time consuming it can be sometimes to deal with people's problems and stuff. And especially when I write scripts that make problems. It's like, it's pretty funny actually. Sometimes, like, you'd think something would be really simple, But then when you go and get it, like even little things like having to log out and log back in to enable certain mods, like all that stuff adds up. It ends up being really, really time consuming. So it makes sense that some people can't do this kind of thing because like I only can because I have so much time that I can afford to spend a lot of time like dealing with things, if that makes sense. But I couldn't, like, if someone had like a full-time job, I don't know if you could be like a server manager if you're working full-time and there's a lot of people on the server. It's definitely time consuming, like even without the development stuff, but we'll see. I should be able to just get this done and then move on to the next one. All right, that was that spot. Now, there's going to be a bunch of missing places, though, because I fucked up and I didn't turn on the healing. I wrecked it. Wrecked it. It should be fine in the other spots, though. This one's just harder because... yeah, because anytime they're near these mountain ravines or they're near all these elevation changes, it's a lot harder to deal with. But let's see, this is that actually a line? No, I think it's just one. It's misaligned by like one unit. Yeah, okay. I see what to do. I have to do it this way. I'm gonna keep that because it's gonna block the path process, which I want. Now, bum. Now I try and do this. Let's clear these things. Get rid of this. Okay, now I should just be able to staircase down and eventually get there. Bump it down. But because the path is placed with even Gizmo won't be able to perfectly edit the path. And that's because the path actually has smaller incremental rotations than Gizmo allows. Probably you could edit Gizmo and make it work, but for now, basically just have to identify where a spot for a staircase can kind of line up and then just go with it. So probably I'll just go with here, and then it's gonna go out a little bit. Bum-ba-dum. This is where if I was smart I would do the Dakar thing, but for now I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna keep going. So these stairs will line up with themselves, but then they won't work for lining up with that top part. But it should be good enough. It doesn't need to be perfect. I just need to make sure the players can get through here and they can take their carts up. So I think, yeah, I think that's fine. And then this part, how do I do this part? It's like, ah, yeah, okay, I remember. I remember now. Ba-dum. Oops. Now, oh, I missed a whole staircase. That's funny. What is it? Shift, delete? Yeah, there we go. Got it. Nice, nice, nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, I didn't miss the staircase. I see. It's built at a different angle, so it looks like that. Oh, I can double that. Oh, that makes it like kind of blend in. Okay. Ah, this is good enough. Yeah, it's good enough. Good enough. Alright, now I just do the same kind of thing here. I guess I can just leave that. I'll just leave that side. And then here, I'll fill up this last piece. Oh, that's one of those sideways pieces? Yeah, it is. Okay, I'm not doing that. I don't feel like doing that right now. All right, next one. Bum 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 bum. Let's see. Jeremiah said they went to their local archery course, shot the back quarter of it with a buddy. Hey, that's cool. Archery is really awesome, to be honest. I love doing that kind of thing. You alright, Star? You look like you're having some problems. I feel like, how did this happen? Oh, man. Oh, is this like one of your ghost selves? This isn't actually you? I don't know how it works. Ah, I see. This is Ghost Star. So this isn't the actual star. This is some moving memory of her. I gotta say, that's pretty disturbing because I've only seen this happen before with not moving characters. So to see it happen with an actual character, that's kind of funny. Can I delete it? No. I've never seen that before. I wonder what causes that. I need to send one second. I need to send this to the hive mind. That's so weird. All right. Anyway. Okay, so how should I do this? I need to delete the elevated parts and then hope for the best, although probably something similar is just about to happen. I guess we'll see. We'll see, we'll see. There's a crypt right there. Yeah, so basically anything that was near a bum bum bum. Anything that was near a force dungeon will have part of the path destroyed because I didn't turn on that healing thing. So crazy here. Oh, too far. Boom. There we go. Now, no, this isn't good enough. I need to go all the way to where it might go back down to meet the road. Force delete, I guess 7? 8's probably fine. Bum ba-dum. Okay. Well, now if I'm lucky, it'll reconnect properly this time. But who knows? Because as I mentioned, these paths are from before the formula was fixed. So dealing with stuff on Path of Magic is way harder than it is dealing with it on a new Enigma world. Prepare Enigma. Yeah, you see how it just goes further down now? That's because it's actually meeting the terrain, where it didn't used to do that properly, so that's like a huge fucking headache. Oh my god. I don't want to deal with that. Maybe I can just get away with deleting it. Let's see. Bum 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 bum. I might be able to just get away with if I can figure out where the pattern would be the same, which is probably where it meets the terrain over there in the plains to rise up, then probably I can just make it work by making it meet that. Although now I can just use the normal delete because I'm further away. I use the force delete thing when there's something under me that will mess it up, basically. But here, let's get rid of all this stuff. And then probably it's gonna like make itself right once it gets to like this area here. Pole. Don't want to destroy your corpse here, pole. Bum 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 bum. Okay, now I need to reset all this. Oh no, that's level. Not what I want. I want reset. There we go. Don't use this in the ashlands. You make lava. Found that out the hard way. Okay. Yeah, so now the path is here. I'm going to just delete this last part here. Bum 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 bum. All right. Bum bum. Foley? No, I want fly. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Now this should be better because it should meet the terrain in a similar fashion as before. But when you actually use this on a new world, as long as the version of the path making is the same, then when you repair it, it goes to the same place. What you're seeing me do is struggle with the fact that this is the world that I developed Enigma on. So it has a lot of inconsistencies. But on a new world, that's not a thing. You don't have to worry about it. Let's see. Moment of truth. Is it gonna meet? Is it gonna meet? So far, it's looking like it'll be very close. Very, very, very close. Now it should stop. Nah, I'm just trying to go too tall. You see, this is what happens. It should just end. Oh god, what have I done? Oh no. That's not good. It's the same thing I'm talking about, that paving, is that what it was? Yeah, basically because the formula's changed, this whole path won't meet itself. So you know what? I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna handle it in a different manner. I just have to recreate it, unfortunately, so that it's at the new right height. Otherwise, this isn't gonna work. Bum ba-dum, bum bum bum. Imagine doing this every day for like a month. That is basically how this was created. Over and 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 over again. By the time you guys had even known about it, I had looked at this thing so much that I got tired of it. To be honest. But it's definitely a really powerful feature. Like, it's definitely important. Alright. I just want to preserve this staircase a little bit for whoever built it. Gotta make sure I don't butcher everything. Yeah, it's funny, I've learned the hard way that you can think like, oh, this thing isn't important, it won't matter, the player won't notice. Nah, the players notice. It's like that Murphy's Law thing. Like, you could delete something, and like, nobody would care, nobody would notice. But because you deleted the thing, it's going to be something important to them. That's basically how it works. All right. Bum, 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 bum. Although I will say, everyone's very understanding with me. I've only had a couple situations where players have, like, they pissed me off, basically. Because the thing that happens is people really don't understand just how much work goes into it. Because there's no point in me, like, being like, oh, I work on this a lot, leave me alone. Because, like, I mean, they're players. They're never going to understand, really, how much... Like, the development angle is kind of intense sometimes. So, like, you're never going to have people who understand all of the little details that go into everything. Okay. That's good. So now I should just be able to do this. And yeah, what I'm doing pretty much is I'm just forcing the path to recreate itself. And that way it's going to be at the right height. I think above the ocean, actually, I might get away with it in the ocean. Yeah, because I don't think that logic changed. So let me try restarting it, actually. And then... It might work. Oh, God, where was I? There we go. Bum ba dum ba dum ba dum bum 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 bum. Ah, that's smart, Rose. I see what you said. Said she had good results using the pipette tool from Infinity Hammer. Yeah, you have to be careful, because if you don't put the... Basically, if you were to do this, let's say... Let me find the end of the path. It's over here somewhere, right? Wait, what? My brain. Oh no, I went the wrong way. So let's say that you used pipette. If you do it with the path making active and you accidentally point it at a different direction, it will start an entire path that way, except it'll now be in a place where the logic isn't necessarily clear. So that's happened here before. Like if you place it wrong, or like it's rotated the other way or something, it'll trigger the main piece, and then the path building will just keep going. Originally, actually, when Dakar first sent me the very first prototype, it didn't have player detection, so it would just keep going forever. And I discovered some crazy stuff about Valheim that I didn't even know was possible, but it turns out that when you go to the title screen in Valheim, it hasn't actually stopped, like, doing things in the game world. So, like, there's some kind of persistence in the game world when you're still on the title screen. I don't know how to explain it, but if you have autopaths running on a world and the player detection is removed, and you log out and then log back into a different world, the paths keep building from where they stopped. It's nuts. So that means that some kind of data, like, stays when you go to the title screen compared to when you actually fully exit out of the game. What is this? No, I'm doing the wrong thing. Say repair Enigma. Interesting. Oh, what am I doing? Of course. I turned off building. Set key. No, remove key. Lock Enigma paving. There we go. Now it'll work. Nope, that's fly. Alright. Yeah, now I'll have to see how this goes. I think, in theory, because the part of the logic that was affected by the new path was the terrain height detection, it got more accurate. So in theory, the ocean path was probably already at its maximum, because that wouldn't be affected by the logic change. So In theory, well, this actually works better. It brought it lower down to the ground. In theory, once it goes to the ocean, it'll rise up to the default height of the ocean. And then it'll meet at the same place. If not, it's fine. It just needs, I need to like recreate this kind of stuff. To be honest, probably when these kind of things happen, I should just like delete the paths and let the players like redo the mechanics and stuff. But for now, I'll try and actually fix this because I messed it up. Ha! That thing. Oh no, it just hadn't been placed yet. Okay, I see, I see. Feels a little slower than me. I don't remember slowing it down. Is this character like... Oh, I must have like 100 run skill or something. That's probably what's going on. Yeah, I realized I tried to make it so the path would outrun the characters, but then I realized like people use speedy paths and those things, so at the end of the day, like, it's just part of it, basically. Okay, so now in theory, yeah, this part is flat, and it should meet back in the same spot. Hopefully. We'll see, though. Ah, this is the thing that was happening, right? Oh, no, it was saving. Okay. It's funny. Sometimes I'm like, oh no, it's all broken. Oh, I know what's happening. Wait, does that mean a save can... No, no, it is going. Okay, I know what's happening. The server's full. Not full, but there's a lot of people. So I guess when the server has more people playing, the rate at which it grows the path is slowed. Because it normally isn't this slow. And the only difference is that there's more people on the server right now. And I've never like actually done these things when there's a bunch of people playing. So, but in theory, it looks like our theory has lined up. You can see. Gotta pay it again. It's kind of funny. Nice. Look at that. Ah, look at that. Would it be cruel of me to just leave it like this? Ah, I kind of feel like I should. I mean, you can fix it. You just have to pay 3 coin piles. Nah, I'll be nice. I'll be nice. I'll be nice to you guys. Here you go. Bum ba dum ba dum. Let's see. I just want to see it meet. I got so frustrated with the previous path. I need to see this meet and like work properly. Yay! Not yay. God damn it. So because of the terrain difference, it's not actually in the exact same spot here. So it's just gonna keep going there. Funny too, because it met this way, but not the other way. And because of the way the blockers work, yeah, it should have actually stopped itself, to be honest. So I need to like edit it to work on that more. But to be honest, like it looks like I just have to fucking like redo a bunch of these paths just because I forgot one line. One line after maintenance. It's like, there's so many consequences to everything sometimes. It's frustrating. Alright. Remove key. Path. Enigma. Block Enigma Payzer. That's right. Nope, nope, nope. I removed the key. I want to set the key. Ah, double negatives are so confusing. Alright, so... what's the best way to go about this? I guess I should make it meet back at the original spot. Force, delete, 10. Bum, 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 bum. Alright. Yeah, it's funny. I'm gonna have to redo that frickin' staircase from earlier, too. God damn. Bum ba dum dum bum 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 bum. Let's see. That's where it starts getting all funky. So, yeah, what are the chances that it fails again there? I'm gonna have to watch. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna assume that it's gonna fail to stop itself. So I'm gonna stop it when it gets to a certain point. So I need to have the key ready. That means set key. No, we want to remove the key. And then I want to set the key when I'm ready to handle it. Okay. Bum 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 bum. All right. Okay. Now, I guess. Yeah, I can fly for a little bit, but if I get too far away, it'll stop, and then I'll have to walk again. Because flying doesn't trigger the... There's like this system that makes sure that there's a player nearby, and then it stops. Because if you try and do this without a player nearby, it can't go into the terrain properly, basically. So, let's see how it handles all this. Okay, now I gotta watch it. And it's probably gonna fail to stop. So I have to make it stop. There we go. Huh! That's actually way better than I thought it would be. That's good enough for me. I'm done. Yep, done with this. Can move on now. Yeah, now, okay, that's those two reports. That's not even all of them, though. Let's see. Alright. That was number 1. That was number 2. And then, let's see. Shin found something. Was it a hole? Or is it something else? Bum ba dum ba dum ba da dum bum ba dum dum da dum. This is what's wrong here? Oh, it just stopped. Okay. Which base is this? Oh no, yeah, this is from, so this hasn't actually been. Yeah, okay, this path still needs to be extended. That is still there. This actually looks fine to me. I guess I need to, I'll check. Okay, let's see. If this is fine, then basically, as soon as I remove the block, and then I start moving, yeah, it would start rebuilding, but it's not, so that means that probably this was interrupted by something. So all I have to do is just, I usually just do it this way. This is a way easier one to fix. Yeah, there we go. Now it's all good. Basically, the repair isn't actually different than the original mechanism. So once when you're using repair, you're actually just turning the end of the path back on, if that makes sense. And then it ends if it meets itself in the right way. But as we saw, if it doesn't meet itself in the right way, that might not happen. So, okay, that one's done. Now we can move on to the next ones. Next ones. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Ba da bum ba da bum. Let's see. Sorry, I didn't see people's comments here. Ping said you have destroyed the eastern path to the Ashlands. I don't know. At some point, I went through because when I originally ran the path on Path of Magic, it wasn't there wasn't any cappers. That treasure stopping system wasn't there. So basically people completed most of the paths immediately. So I reverted almost all of it, but not quite all of it. And it's gonna do the same thing here, isn't it? Am I on the same? I'm on the same path. Like, this is all the same path. So what are the chances that it meets itself properly? I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. Oh, that was surprisingly perfect. Who died here? Oh, I died here. I died with crazy gear. When did I do that? It's funny. Actually, I think I remember that. I logged in once and I had some like decent gear. And then I died. And I didn't remember where I died. And that was before. Now I have like the dev stuff set up properly so I can see the map and that kind of thing when I'm in the dev stuff so that I don't have to show it to players, which is what I was doing before. Alright, let's see. We need to turn this back. We already turned the key back. So now I just need to go repair Enigma. Restart the process. And then I'm gonna have to stop it. It's like the wrong fucking place. Oh my god. It drives me nuts. Oh, this time it stopped? Why did it stop properly this time? Huh. Yeah, fuck it. You know what? I know what I can do. I'm just gonna build the things down from here. Because when it's shaped like this, it's actually pretty easy to make it meet itself. So, just go like that. No, I don't want them clipped. I want them lined up with each other. There we go. That's what I'm going for. Yeah, so you can... Yeah, I'll just do it this way. Bum, bum. Yeah. And that way, it'll just meet into itself. Kind of ghetto, but whatever. As long as the players can cross it, I don't really care if it doesn't look visually perfect. Really, it's as long as they can cross it with a cart. Yep. Good enough for me. Wait, that's still there? That's so weird. Is it just gonna be there forever? No one was even in this chunk. How did it stay here? You know, Star, maybe you are cursed. Because this should be deleted, and it's not. And nobody was in the chunk, which should have deleted it, but it's still here. And I honestly, I've seen some things managing a Valheim server that I don't know how to explain. Like, I literally don't know how to explain how they can even occur. For example, something crazy happened to Panand once. where like his character got corrupted and literally the server couldn't see anything he did. So if he like threw items down, nothing would happen. The server couldn't see it. I couldn't see it. I would see his character do the item throwing animation, but nothing would show up. And like, it was super weird. And then Star also has a bunch of issues where like stuff disappears around her, doesn't get saved, and her changes, like she'll add things into chests or whatever, and then it literally, the server never sees that she added those things into the chest. So like her client sees it, and to her it looks like it happened, but it doesn't actually do it. So then when she logs out, the server never saw it, so it just deletes everything essentially. I don't know how to explain that. Like, I just assume this is the consequence of me letting people use mods. Because, like, that's a big, big no-no, generally, because of how many problems it can cause. Like, that's why it's very hard to find a server that allows the players to just use what mods they want. Because you can completely wreck a world by, like, having the wrong mod installed and leaving a corrupted prefab somewhere, and it can completely disable like the whole zone, so like nobody can function in the zone and it can't save anymore. You can also do things that make the server crash completely. Big mess. But honestly, this is good. I'm glad to see a full path. So what I'm gonna do, or what I'm doing now, is I'm just verifying that there's going to be more of those kind of problems I made because location reset ran. Yeah, the location reset ran while healing was disabled. So that always messes everything up. So Star, just because you think you're vanilla doesn't mean you actually are. Like, once you've used mods once, even if you uninstall Valheim and reinstall it, you have to know for sure you actually fully uninstalled Valheim, and every reference file your computer has anywhere to Valheim. So, like, just because you reinstall Valheim on Steam, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's gonna, like, actually replace all of the files that refer to it, right? There's there's cached files, there's things that, like, won't be deleted by an uninstall. For example, your world, your characters. If you uninstall Valheim and reinstall it, you'll still have those things. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's complicated. But if you use a completely new computer, yeah, then I don't think there's nothing that could have corrupted it. I don't think so. Yeah, unless somehow it's something to do with like the Steam ID, because if you play on the same account and there's something that's messed up associated with your Steam ID, it's not going to matter that you're on a different computer because you're on the same Steam account. So that's why it's like kind of tricky, if that makes sense. It's like you never really know if that makes sense, because Valheim also isn't super necessarily organized. So it's also completely possible that there are glitches and errors that like the developers don't even know about, that we encounter. That kind of stuff as well. So I have no idea how to explain the issues that happen to you. It's so weird that like the thing is like the I would think it was the server or the scripts, but it doesn't happen to other people, and that's what's so weird about it. Aside from like once or twice where like randomly some stuff was destroyed, right? So I don't know how to handle it, to be honest. No idea. Just gonna worry about other things, basically. Fair. Enigma. Yeah, let's see how this goes. This shouldn't be as bad. What? It worked! Okay, it's so satisfying when it actually works perfectly. That's what it does when it does what it's supposed to do. Like, where did it even end? You don't know, right? That means that this part of the path has the same formula. So you see, that's what I mean. Like, that's how it should work when you use it and you're not repairing an old formula path. It's way easier. Like, way easier. That's why I got frustrated earlier. I was like, no! No! Yeah, I don't. So it could be related to some other things I've observed, Star, because there's weird things that happen with the location registry that don't make any sense. Um, like earlier, you saw that there was that charred fortress, even though I had removed it. But then when I logged back in, it was like straight up there as if it had never been removed, even though the server hadn't restarted. So that meant that my changes of my chunk were not saved to the server. Make sense? So, and there's also this message I get in the server log about the server size, like the save size being too big. And I talked to Yer about it, and he told me that basically that happens when there's an individual object that has like too much data on it. So it's not even the world file. There's like some prefabs somewhere that are corrupted, or they have way too much data on them, and then they're causing some issues. And but that's the thing though, is that the if it was that, it would be a save only related thing. But what I just described, the fortress disappearing, like that has nothing to do with the saves. Does that make sense? Because the actual save never happened. As soon as I left the chunk, it completely forgot what I have done there. So even if it had saved, it would have just saved the stuff that wasn't there. That's why it's confusing, because it's like there's some kind of data corruption that happens and it fails to save, but not like the world save. I'm talking about like it fails to save the data for that chunk, basically. Okay, no, I'm using the wrong word. It doesn't fail to save, it fails to write. It fails to write the new changes. Oh, hey, this is an old one. Nice. Yeah, you see, this was from before, but now, look, we have a fancy little thing here. You can just go, oh no, it's, boom. Am I not standing on stairs? Alright, ghost mode on. Yay! It's nice when the repair commands work properly. Bump dum dum. Now what I'm doing, I'm just making sure that the other paths don't have missing pieces before I fix it. Yeah, it's kind of like the save doesn't stick, but it's not even the save. The save is the whole world. So, you remember that issue from before where I was using smooth save and then the server would forget stuff? That was a save issue. And it means that like the world fails to save. What we're observing is a write issue. It means that the server can't write your chunk's new data to the world file. So then when it goes to save, it saves properly, but it doesn't matter. If that makes sense. I think I might be lucky here because I have a feeling that this part of the path is new format. And also, see this? See the way it rises up to meet the ocean level? Yeah, I'm gold. That's probably... I'm feeling good about this. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. See if it meets in the same place here. Bum ba dum ba dum. All right. Whoa. Moment of truth. It's okay. Since there's stairs, I can just make the stairs clip down into it. It'll be fine. Oh! Ah, I love it when things work. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I can't do it that way. That's okay. I guess it'll just have this thing. That's fine. I'm not too fussed about it. Ah, yeah, because that one would turn into a block. It's like, I want this part here to do it, but it's also getting those ones over there. I might be able to do it by just stepping closer. Let's see. Nah. Maybe if it's like this. Ah, no, it completely misses that part. Okay, it's fine. All good. Yeah, sometimes you can't fix it when it's not perfectly aligned, right? So because this path goes down into this, you can see there's actually like a 1 meter difference. That isn't fixable with the command, so you would just have to do some kind of like normal clippy thing, or an admin would have to at least. I'll just do something little like this. And these don't really matter for players, but when people bring carts, if you have those little divots, the cart gets stuck in it, basically. So you don't want that. No good, no good. That was solid, though. How far does this go? I feel like this one... I don't even remember. I guess I don't really have time to check every single path entirely. That's dawning on me now. I just need to get the ones that people are playing near. I think I got most of them already, actually. Just double check here. Oh. Oh no, I just hadn't loaded. Hey! Another Konar. That's cool. I love seeing that location. It's funny. Alright. I'll follow this until this mountain. Because really, the most likely places they are to get messed up in is the plains. As long as they make it through the rest, it's probably alright. Yay, okay, cool. Wait, isn't this is the mountain that, yeah, okay, I know where we are. Yeah, basically what I did to fix it is I went up here and I just deleted crap loads of these extra rocks. So that's why it looks so different now. Huh. Bum ba dum. All right, let's see, let's see. Bum 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 bum. Hey, you found your body? Oh, that's awesome. I'm really glad. I'm really glad, Jake. That's great. That saves me from having to find it. Ah, yeah. So Rose, you're saying that the server, yeah. So it would be very weird. Yeah, it would be very weird if if that player survives, if that ghost player we saw running, if that survived a server restart, then it would be super weird. That's a good point. Because I'm used to that kind of thing disappearing once nobody's in the chunk, and then you go back. That usually fixes it. Um, but this time it didn't, which is funny. Let's see. All right. So, oh, that's an interesting idea. The path starts to crumble each new year. Yeah, honestly, it does sound like I need to consider mechanically, like, because people really enjoy making the paths, right? And that's something like I really underestimated in the beginning, and then I came to see like, ah, it's actually pretty fun. And you get to see a whole bunch of other stuff, right? But it's kind of like the tricky part is these mountains, these things. Because so if you haven't seen this yet, basically it's a path normally, but if you go to a mountain, it stops trying to go up through it. And instead what it does is it makes these ravine things, and they have like a lot of quirks and weirdness about them, right? Like there's this giant wool thing here that's actually just right, like it's not there when I look one way. That's because that's actually the interior of the mountain that you would see from very far away, basically. So it's like a way for players to see assets that loads behind the other assets. But this is the mountain ravines, basically. So the others have used this area a lot. They seem to really enjoy it. So I've been trying to figure out how to make them less laggy, right? And it has to do with the number of rocks. They were overspawned in the beginning, so in normal Enigma, it's a bit better. I reduced the rocks a lot, so they're kind of sparse actually. Like you'll notice that there's a lot of holes where there's no rocks and that kind of thing because it was like it either looks a bit sparse or it's super laggy. So at least this way it's more reasonable. But the issue is like if paths crumble, I have to make some kind of system to deal with the ravines because this path, yeah, it's totally fine if this like every new year or whatever it becomes like it starts breaking. I like the idea of it breaking at some point, or maybe even the server manager being able to trigger that and handle that, right? But logistically, I just don't know, to be honest. Like, I think I'm better off trying to find something else I haven't discovered yet that is as fun as the paths that can happen after the paths are completed, if that makes sense. I can't even imagine what that would be, but it's just like having to deal with this part is super complicated because I can just have it stop there, right? But then how do they then continue the path out the other end, right? Like they have to know, okay, the new path came up here and it stops when it gets into the mountains, and that means I have to go find the end of the old path and then do it, right? And it's like, I'm not sure. It's like one of those things that it's really easy to trying to fix one thing makes another problem, right? So let's see. Now what I'm gonna do, I need to turn regrowth back on. I don't have regrowth on. So if you ever like you're doing maintenance stuff on an Enigma world, then what you can do, you'll notice that like, let's say that you want to clear a bunch of stuff and you clear a whole forest. By default, it'll just regrow everything like 15 minutes later in different places. So if you want to disable that, then you just use remove key, regrowth. You get a message in the chat that says regrowth is now disabled. So that means that now when I destroy something, nothing's going to happen. But you don't want that for actual player stuff. So now we set key regrowth on, and now regrowth is enabled again. From this moment, anything that gets destroyed will trigger a regrowth somewhere else, or has a chance to at least. But that was disabled earlier, so it's important that I remember that, because if I were to go, let's say, over here to the north path, just keep going here, and then this would go, and this would go over here, it'll keep going, and then it'll end up over here. And so the area that we've been playing on, or I've been playing on in the live stream on the Jack character, is this area right here. So we torched all of those trees with that bear earlier. Completely wrecked all of them. So I just turned regrowth back on. And now we need to go back to that forest spot right here. And I need to turn these trees back on. Because you see, this is what happens in normal Valheim. Like, the trees and everything. Like, that's one of the things that's kind of sad about the game. Because it just consumes everything, right? Like, player activity in an area consumes all the resources, breaks everything up, and then nothing. Like, what's the player gonna, like, regrow it? Planting everything by hand, right? And normally it would look even worse because there'd be all those stumps. But that's just something that I think the regrowth features are actually really important, because they make the world feel more real. Like, when the world doesn't regrow, it feels dead. Like, it doesn't matter. Everything feels very temporary. So what we're gonna do here, I could use the command, or I can trigger it with the script thing. So I guess I'll just do it that way. What I'm gonna do is, this is ESP, so it shows you the zone corners. Each one of these is a zone corner. Very, very, very important. What we're gonna do is focus on resetting the vegetation in a 3x3 grid from my current zone. So I'm gonna go vegetation, reset, zone max distance equals 1, force start, boom. Don't use force start if you're not familiar with these things, by the way. Don't do that. Now we do all this. Hooray! Now we have all of the trees without anything being deleted. Hooray, I love location resets. Yay. Okay, and now when we come back here later, because I'm definitely going to do some more Black Forest farming, gonna get that. All right. All right, let's see. Bum, 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 bum. That part was done. I don't think there's anything else I needed to do there. Jake found his body. Let's see. Oh, I just saw something Star said. Let's see. Branches for Enigma. So like at one of the locations that you had to pay for the path, you can create an offshoot of it. But they're random. Ah, that is kind of interesting actually. Like a smaller miniature path. That would like add more variety to it, right? But maybe you can only do that. Ah, you can only do that once it's completed or something. Because like the players perceive that once the Enigma paths are done, it's not as fun, right? But I don't know if I think maybe that's just because they like the Enigma thing a lot. if I made it so something really fun happens on the paths once they're finished, I don't know if it's really gonna matter because then they won't feel like they're missing out, right? The thing is, like, right now, because making the paths is fun, players feel like they're missing out if the paths are already made. So ideally, there's something fun when the paths are made that they're missing out on if they're not made. Make sense? Because that way, you're missing out either way on something fun. So it kind of balances it out, right? I don't know though. Just food for thought, really. I'm not sure what to do about that yet. I will do one more thing, actually. I don't know how far people have taken this path, but I'm gonna block it. I don't want the deep north path to exist yet. So we'll see. We'll see how far it's gone. I forgot to do this before, actually. But I can make an object, and I can just place it, so the path will just automatically stop, even if a player tries to build it further. We'll see, though. This looks like it goes pretty far. I can just end it. Let's see how far it goes. Bada bada boom. Oh, is that it? Nope, nope, nope. It's funny. It's funny how much the save icon, it matters a lot, right? Because if it wasn't for the save icon, I would genuinely get concerned. But because there is a save icon, I feel concerned for a moment, and then I know it's fine because the lag is from saving. So, like, just some symbols sometimes make a big difference. Let's see what's going on here. Bada 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 boom. Ah, did you guys complete the path? Maybe they completed it so they could get the teleport? I don't think so, though. There's not much reason to teleport all the way to the deep north right now. At least from my head. Because the paths are kind of misleading. So we are close to the deep north, but I wanted to maximize the amount of terrain they can go through. So instead of it just going like this, it goes like this. It, like, curls. That way it cuts through more of the endgame terrain than if it just was a straight path. But I mean, it looks like, to be honest, I could probably just delete all this. I don't think anyone's really, yeah, and once I get to the deep north, obviously there's like no purpose at all to having people travel down there because it's all gonna get wiped. All gonna get completely destroyed. Now I'm wondering, though, did someone like fully complete the path? I wonder. In my head, this is a boring one to complete, but again, I always underestimate how it feels to like run down the path. Oh, hey, it ends right here. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, this is perfect for the actual thing, but it's actually too close. So this will all get wiped in generation. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to delete all this. And then I'm going to make a blocker so the path can't even continue until I remove the blocker so that it's ready. In this case, though, yeah, what we're going to do... Now, I don't think anyone has any deep north stuff, right? Doubt it. Because I need to make sure the whole deep north is like completely reset, basically. So all right, I know what I'm gonna do. First, oh, I know what I need to do actually. there's some weird thing that happens if you remove one of these. So what I'm going to do is turn it back on. And then I'm going to delete it. Set key, Enigma block, Enigma paving. Set key, block, Enigma healing. Nice, perfect. Okay. Good, 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 good. Nice, nice. Okay. So now that's all done. Now I can do the proper deletion stuff. La-di-da, la-di-da. Yeah, now I just do this for a while. And I think I'm trying to remember, did I make this or did a player? It looked very I felt like a player had taken it out here, but then when I got to the end, the view of the deep north and where the capper was, I was like, wait a second, this feels very familiar. I feel like I did this. I don't remember though. But I'm going to jump on any chance I have to remove Enigma pathing and have the player do it again. Because this world's a bit, yeah, it's a bit confusing because I let the paths run fully without any capping. And, like, it's not as good to do it that way. It's definitely better with the capper system. Because, like, otherwise, it's kind of like too much of a good thing. Like, if you don't cap it... Oh, no. I always do this. God damn it. I have to wait for the skulls to spawn. You can't move too fast. But pretty much... Yeah, the capper makes it more fun. Because without the capper, players sort of overdo themselves. And they do all of the path in, like, one go. And then they don't have as much fun as if they would do a little bit of it and then stop. And that's what happens. The cappers make players stop and smell the roses, pretty much. It's definitely worth doing. I would say it's quite worth it, to be honest. It's funny, too, how, like, sometimes it's like... It's almost like fun isn't fun unless it's constrained. Or, no, it's more like fun doesn't last unless it's constrained. It's kind of like how... That's like... there's a lot of, like, weird reverse psychology stuff with gaming and, like, game design. One of the things I've noticed is, like... People sort of need to want something they can't have to really appreciate when they have it. But if they have it all the time, they don't really appreciate it that much. So if you want someone to appreciate something you're working on, they sort of have to experience being without it. That makes sense? It's kind of trippy. I noticed that with the maintenance, like people don't want maintenance. They want to be able to play whenever they want. But has anyone ever quit because of maintenance? Did anyone ever actually stop playing because they couldn't play when they wanted to? It's like, no, not as far as I know. That's never happened. So it's like it's kind of funny with players, and like it's not something unique to players. I think it's just a people thing. It's like we really like usually can't. It's not like we don't know what we want. Players do know what they want. It's more like they... I don't know how to put it. They know what they don't like. They definitely know what they don't like. Definitely. But they're not very good at telling why the thing they don't like is there in the first place. So you sort of have to be able to know, as the person who's into game design or whatever, that like players are very visual, so they'll see the thing that is like in front of them, and they'll think it has meaning, and they'll put meaning on things that literally have no meaning at all whatsoever. Like I've told the story of the tough monsters, right? How when tough started in Enigma, yeah, if you've never played it, then tough monsters have different behavior. They're stronger and they move. They attack you more frequently, so they don't run. They don't attack once and run away. They just keep attacking you. But there's a story behind that, and it actually started just as a very basic mechanic where it just took the name of the monster and called it tough. And that's it. That's all it did. It didn't actually change anything about the monster. It didn't change its behavior. It didn't adjust its aggression or anything like that. It didn't give it more health. It was literally exactly the same as a normal monster, except it was called a tough monster. But statistically, it was exactly the same. So a tough Grey Dwarf is just a Grey Dwarf, right? But people kept being freaked out by them, and I was like, at first I was like, ah, it's probably just one person or two people. And then they kept being like, oh god, the tough monsters, oh, those things, they're so fast. And I was like, wait, what? Like, I haven't changed anything about them. But that's when I started learning. And now that I'm used to managing the server and I understand better how people play, I understand like it's hey, Desquito was in this area. Well, I'll stop I'll stop deleting stuff now. I hope I didn't delete anything you had access to, Deathskeeter. I assume you were just kind of exploring this area because it looked super bare. Like there's barely anything there. So I think it's all right. I think it's all right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to block this. But how do I block it? I already have blocker files. I already have blocker data. So all I need to do is use the existing blocker data. Enigma mode. Oh yeah, the capper. The capper creates a blocker that prevents it from building forward. Is that right? Sorry, I know this is probably confusing. I'm looking in the... trying to remember how this works. Okay, so it's blocked by this iron floor within 250 meters that makes the capper. Okay, but this doesn't actually block the paving itself, which is what I need to do. I need to block the thing that actually makes the paving happen. So that means I need to go to the actual path mechanism, which is here. And it has a banned object, but only a little one. I see. So I don't actually have something that stops it properly that I could use. So basically, I have to make something, and that means I can't do it right now. That's fine, whatever. What I'll do is I'll just make like an X here, and I'll visually make it look like it doesn't work, and I'm gonna hope that that's good enough. I don't know if it is, but we'll see. I'll just do something like, go like this. This can go right there. There we go. That should be good. I can make this and this. Ba-dum, bum. Okay, this unavailable until deep north. How do I illustrate that? I guess I can go like bum 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 bum. I'll just put it here. Doesn't have to be too complicated, to be honest. All right, this no. Bum ba dum ba dum bum bum ba dum ba dum bum. All right. Oop, nope, 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 nope. That's not what I want. There we go. That's good. And boom. Good stuff. This looks kind of like an X. I think this will work. I think this will work. By the way, I like that idea about the branching of the paths. I mean, you could literally make every continent on the server accessible by foot that way. And I can already tell how Enigma opens up the Valheim world. It makes it like more accessible to people. So, pretty cool. All right, I think you guys are onto something there. I need to reflect on a bunch of stuff though, so I won't worry too much about it. Okay, blocked until deep north. I feel like I need to make a joke about how deep north. There we go, good enough. All right, all right, all right, all right. Okay, so that's done. I think that's all the main things I need to do. Let me check. I'm just checking if there's any kind of maintenance tasks here. Okay, that was the last issue. Oh yeah, I need to remove that thing for Alex. That's right. I remember now. I need to remove the there's like a goblin tower or something they want removed. Ah, yeah, I redistributed the locations actually. So, ooh. Very cool. I like this. I love the design it makes. Look at that. It's like very fractal on the ground with the snow. A snowflake! What? They made a snowflake! That's so cool! Look at that! Yo, you guys are genius. Really, it's like, at some point, I'll have to do some kind of tour to show off all the crazy stuff you all do. These are really interesting. Wow. I remember spawning that rock up there a while ago. I haven't been here since then. So this is all new to me. Got plenty of stone down there. Ooh, nice curves. I gotta say, like, I understand why people like Gizmo. You can definitely make stuff that just looks so nice compared to base Valheim. It's almost like Gizmo should be like a skill you unlock when you're a better builder or something. You know what I mean? Dining. All the little typos I have in these text messages. Or not text messages, but in the flavor text. Very cool. I see why you have a problem with this goblin camp. Yeah. Alright, so what I need to do is go locations. List zone. Locations. Remove stone tower 3. Zone. Force. Start. You have to be really careful with those commands, by the way, because if you make a typo, it will actually remove every location from the entire world, causing you to have to revert the save. I've done that a couple times. Yeah. No good, no good. Okay, that thing's good. Alex should be happy now. I see why. He's like, he must have been so confused. Like, what the hell? Why did a goblin tower show up in the Mistlands? I guess it was barely on this plains area. But that's not normal. It would normally not spawn there. It's because of Enigma. Okay. Alright. 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 Okay. I actually caught up with the reports. That's funny. This is the last one, and I think it's one I already did. It's from Ping. I have to then... I'll go double check. Make sure that frickin' fort from the beginning is actually gone. Let's see. What's wrong here? Oh. I could see how that is problematic. What happened to the goblin camp? Ah, I see why Ping reported it. Yeah, because this island is like super cool. And if it had a goblin camp, that'd be ideal. Where's the goblin camp? Don't worry. I got you. I got you. What we're gonna do is just clean this up a little bit. This freaking issue. You know, you can actually fix this if you fly around everywhere and terrain paint over it. Yer was trying to figure out how to get that to work. I think he actually figured out why it happens. I don't remember what he said, but it has something to do with the terrain blending. And it, like, in the edges, always fails to retain its full... So, like, the texture ends and it makes an edge in every zone. So, like, it makes these really irritating things. And this has been an issue with Valheim for a while now. I don't remember when it started, but I'm not going to worry about that. I'll just focus on Ping's request, which was, I'm assuming, put a goblin camp in the goblin camp. It's a reasonable request from my perspective. And if you, the reason you have to have these things, these zone corners, is because you need to place locations in exactly the center to get the best location. If you place locations too close to the zone border, they're smaller and they won't get deleted properly, which is no good. Let's see, we got a goblin camp. Hooray! Ping has a goblin camp now. And look at that, it even fits within the borders. Okay, cool. Now, I swear, this fort better be gone. Look at that. This time it stuck. Why did it stick this time? I don't know. I don't get it. But alright, that's good. That goblin camp is there. I'll make Ping happy. I see why he likes this island, too. It's definitely a cool little place. I guess I can touch it up a little bit while I'm here. Why not? Bum 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 bum. Boop-a-doo boop boop-a-doo. Looking good. Yeah, I guess that terrain thing mostly seems to happen in the plains. Oh yeah, I moved the goblin camp, by the way. Or not the goblin camp, the Droger village. Now there's these two. Yeah, see, Ping made this place. He has the catapult there. So I was testing it, and from here you can actually hit that one over there. So he gets to raid that fort. And then forts need to be far away from each other so that you're not too laggy. So I made the other fort all the way over here. But it won't load from this spot. So you can actually hit that area with the catapult. Because the catapults are, like in Enigma, they can shoot way further than they can normally. Can shoot way further. Because of the way the catapults work, it's RNG. And it's like a multiplier applied in each attack. So, like, you can shoot 3 catapult hits, and they all go really close, and then you'll think that it doesn't shoot far. But it's just RNG. Like, you basically have a near shot, a medium shot, and a far shot. And the far shot will, like, yeet the stuff over the fortress. It'll go, like, too far. So, it's like RNG if they work or not. But now, this way, you can catapult over there. And then there's this nice little flat area here. and he can just like attack that charred fortress with a catapult from here. If that makes sense. Let's see. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Does anybody want anything looked at or taken care of before I finish up maintenance? Yeah, let's see. How much did this maintenance period take? I've been streaming for an hour, 5 hours and 20 minutes. So that means that about an hour and 30 minutes to 2 hours was like this kind of thing. It's all good though. All good. I learned a lot, and it's a lot faster now. I had a lesson from Dakar recently. Helps me make everything better. All right, regrowth's back on. Oh, let me make sure actually. Set key, regrowth. Set key, oh no, remove key, block, Enigma healing. Remove key, block, Enigma paving. Okay, regrowth is enabled, path healing is enabled, path building is enabled. Okay. That should be good. That should be good. Yes! Yes, Arizosa. I fixed the three of them. Let's see. Ah, you guys are talking about that. Let's see. Okay, so Star mentioned the branches. So, branches for Enigma. So, like at one of the locations that you have to pay for the path, you create an offshoot. I like that. I have to think about how that works. And so once it's complete, the baby branches can be done. So Star said, my thought is that there can only be a few per branch, which you have to find on said branch. So it's not that each place you had to drop a pile of money is going to produce branches. Maybe you could tell me, can you write a Discord message and explain what you're going for? I think I understand a little bit of it, but I'm just imagining like veins in a body or tree roots or something. So I don't know if I actually understand your intention. Oh, and there's even a bank here. Huh. I definitely see why Ping likes this spot. You know, I can make it one level cooler. I know what I'm gonna do. There's a bog witch right over here that players go to. So, why not have the bog witch have a friend? And that friend will be Konar. And this Konar will live in the swamp and needs to be visible from the bog witch. So that means this is the bog witch. A Konar tower. It would be dark without env clear. So that means like right here, this would work. I can put the tower here. Yeah, and that'll help give some meaning to this swamp as well. So here's what I do. I go location, register, Konar, what is it? Final Konar tower? I have to remember how to spell it. 1 second. Bum ba dum bum. Yeah, here we go. Bup, bup, bup. Bup, bup, bup. There it is. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Location, register, do. Nice. Okay, locations, reset, zone, force, start, boom. Okay. Now, boom, there we go. Look at that. Konar's there. Good stuff, good stuff. Whoa, are those sunbeams? Oh no, those are zone corners. Okay, cool. Yeah, so now the player, they'll be drawn to the bog witch if they see her, and then that will cause them to notice the Konar location. Makes sense? Now this island is fully crazy. Because you get Bog Witch, you get a fortress, you get a goblin camp, you get Wood Village, and you have a bank, and King's got a base there. So I think that'll work out. Now let me make sure. Everything good? I think I'm done. I think I'm donezo. Alright, Star said, oh yeah, if please send a message and like give as much detail as you can. It's always better to give too much context to me. I don't know about other people, but like I'm gonna get confused and misinterpret things if it's just one sentence. Whereas if you give me like 20 sentences, I'll probably figure out what you're going for. Alright everybody, thanks for watching, and just so you know, this is a regular live stream series now, and I'm not interested in becoming like some popular live streamer. I'm not trying to do any of that. This is a way for me to show people how to manage Enigma worlds, how to play on Enigma worlds, and get more awareness for Enigma, and also to activate the server to keep more players on it. Because a Valheim world that has like 3 or 4 active unique people per day consecutively, it's really a totally different experience than playing on a world that's only like that just for a little bit and then it dies. That's what usually happens. So I'm not saying I'll be able to perfectly keep it as active as it is right now, but I'm going to try. And I think as long as I'm streaming, I'll be able to keep bringing in new waves of players by trying out different things. But we'll have to see, because right now it's quite active. But I started a new series and invited people to a new playthrough, so it's kind of normal. We'll see how active it is in 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, etc. That's where the Enigma really needs to be developed more, if that makes sense. Like, Enigma is not something I'm going to finish. It's something that's going to continuously grow, probably until I feel like I'm not learning anymore. So, I mean, that could be in a year, that could be in 4 years. Like, I don't know. I just know right now I have an opportunity I can take advantage of. And there's a playtesting loop that allows me to test mechanics and iterate them and add cool stuff to the game. And there's so many new things that a player doesn't try all of them. They try things, get bored, do other stuff, and then they know, like, there's more to Enigma I haven't done. And that's the goal. Like, I don't really, like, it's okay to, if it is beatable. I'm not necessarily trying to make it completely unbeatable, but it's more like there's so many different things to do, so many different ways to go about doing them, that you never really get that feeling that you did everything. Maybe you feel that you're bored and you don't want to try any new things. That's fine. But I really want to make sure people don't get to that point where they're like, I know what this is. I know what to predict. I know how all the mechanics work. I'm pretty sure as long as I stop that from happening, it'll be fine. But again, this is a long process, not something I'm going to just like be done with. The idea is to keep leveraging it because I want to like infect people, if that makes sense. I want to make something that's so fun they like can't help but play it. Like, and if it really works, and again, I'm not saying Enigma is in this state yet because it's still kind of rough from my perspective. But if Enigma really works, people will stop playing it, try and then play normal Valheim later, and they won't want to. And they'll install Enigma and play Enigma. If that is happening, it means it's working. I think that has happened to some people, But I wouldn't say that that's normal, if that makes sense. And obviously, not everyone's going to love something like this, but that's the idea. And if I can just keep getting it like that, then I can lay the framework for it to spread, and people will start copying it and changing it, right? And that's the idea. It's like to make it so convenient and so fun that like everybody copies Enigma, because it's either copy Enigma and get a whole bunch of awesome stuff for your project, or do things the hard way yourself, right? So I'm trying to put myself in a position where like even people who dislike me feel that they have to use my things because it's just that convenient. Make sense? But that's all long-term stuff. Don't need to worry about it too much. I just figured I'd babble to you for a little bit. If you want to check Enigma out, it's fully available on R2 Modman. You can just install it, play it on single player, whatever you want to do. You could also set up a server, put it on yourself. Just make sure if you set up a server, the people who join you should not have the mod pack. Okay? I know that's kind of confusing, but the mod pack is only for the server host, which is either the server, a dedicated server, or you in single player. No one else should have the Enigma mod pack. They can use the quality of life thing, but not the main mod pack. That'll cause conflict. So don't let that happen. Aside from that, you're welcome to play here on Path of Magic, which is the server that you see people playing on right now behind me. This is the server that I run. It's a public server that runs Enigma. Path of Magic has been around for 2 years. Almost 2 years, actually, not quite. So it's a persistent Valheim world. There's some nuance that comes with that, but the idea is that people come to Path of Magic, they leave their mark. They could join on a new character, they could join on an old character. It's all about just like having fun and exploring and building and like playing with other people. And what I try and have here is an active Valheim world that you can like reliably join to get a Valheim adventure. You know, that's what I'm going for. I have no plans on resetting this world or starting a new one. I've thought about it before, and I know that people would get excited about that. I know that if I made a new version, it would be really popular at first. But then I don't really learn. Like, the nut to crack is how to make the persistent world interesting, not how to make a new world interesting, because new worlds are easy. People flock to new worlds. That's why most other Valheim server hosts have resetting seasonal worlds. It's so much easier to get players if you just keep resetting over and over again. But I don't want to do that. I want to learn what is necessary to keep people coming back to a persistent world. And I'm not going to learn that if I just restart the server. So you can come here having faith that when you build something, like, it may get moved if it's causing problems, but I'm not going to, like, restart the world or, like, get rid of people's buildings. It ruins the whole point of having the persistent world, because I need people to feel like they can join, they could play for 2 weeks and build something, and then come back later and see that the thing's still there. Maybe it's not the same, you know, it's been adjusted or it's been changed, but that's the idea, to make it so it's got that, you notice something is different, you know what I mean? And it's like, oh, hey, the world's alive, it's lived in, right? That's what I'm going for. And that was just a little tangent, because I know some people have mentioned, like, making new worlds and removing buildings and these things. And, like, just so we're clear, I intend to attract builders to the server. One of the ways builders are attracted to the server is because they know it's persistent, so they can work on a building project and come back later and it's still going to be there. That's really important, and it's not something I'm going to change. So I will make scripts and things that deal with progression items and certain prefabs, but you can build a base and be confident that, like, I'm not going to get rid of your base. It's still going to be here in some form, even if you come back like a year later. However, you know, a couple people may have lived in it and built a bunch of things on top of it since then. But, you know, it's still there. That's how, in my head, it's like, that's how you make the world interesting. You make every person part of the story. You make every person part of the world. That way, when people come and build, they get that feeling that they so desperately want from buildings, that they get used, right? That they matter, that someone found them or someone saw something, someone left something there. Like there's something that happens when you log back in and there's a sign in your base that's like, oh, whoa, this is a really cool building. Good job. Like even little things like that, it makes a big difference for people. And that's the kind of thing I'm interested in learning more about for like my future work and everything. So, all right, I've ranted enough now. All right, everybody, have a good one. Normally the streams won't be this long. I try and have them be like 4 hours, but today I did some maintenance work that I had to do anyway, but I just kept streaming. So normally it's like 4 hours, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.